history or his political opinion, because unity has to begin somewhere. Can it begin with breath? A tiny hit hits a big red button. Atomic bombs come falling down on you. Mushroom clouds in view. I think a lot of people send out a tweet to let you know. Because Israel told me to. So I want to point out this video has 1.7 million views, and it's very dystopian because it talks about the destruction of America. It talks about nuclear war. It shows Pam Bondi completely disillusioned looking into a mirror. It shows Trump as a psychotic, crazy person with like his hair done way up, but also in like a very psychotic, crazy, like insane way, which is really not a true, reflection of who Donald Trump is. He is a man, okay? He has had wives and children, and this man has lost money and he has made money, and he has seen the absurdity of bad management, in my opinion, over many years. And, you know, there's a lot of good points from a lot of different parties or peoples, but that's not the purpose of this room. My friends, we are here to breathe. So today, the Viking warrior Brad Stauffenberger, the low-income children's health insurance denier. I don't know if you guys know how Brad Stauffenberger makes his money, but it's pretty criminal in my opinion. He denies sick children health insurance claims.
Is he Jewish?
Ribono Shalom. Also, please, Zach, I want to say, when you talk to me on Clubhouse, I'm just asking you personally, unless we're having an N-word, F-word room dedicated to the N-word or F-word, please just use the N-word, the F-word, or the R-word. Use the word R, N, or F, but never say the word, because honestly, at this point, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube is so sensitive that any word based on the transcript that triggers will trigger a shutdown. And we're trying to use these accounts. I don't see any value in Clubhouse. However, I do see value in AI video distribution. That is honestly my opinion, because honestly, any video that I create can never be as good as what an AI video seems to put out and what the algorithm seems to like. So I am redundant, but my spam is not redundant. The one thing that I really like about knowing that Trump is our president is that every day the crazy people, the left wokeists in this country have to live with Trump rent-free in their brains. And in my opinion, Trump will be looked upon favorably because his mind virus is positive, despite what the left and the media try to say. He will always go, he is basically our Bin Laden. I know that sounds strange, but if you go to the Middle East, the underdog or the resistance fighter is always considered, um, like famous. But what I'm trying to say is, uh, when everybody alive right now who hates Trump is dead and gone and history has moved on, people in the future, many generations from now, will look back at this era with some type of nostalgia. And that to me is the ultimate Trump is your daddy. You know, he's not a king. Trump is your daddy. And daddy's home. This is like a Rockford
a stream for socialist approaches to solve equities, and they'll get upset when the socialist programs don't work. And they've already had them. We've tried them. We've developed them. We did them, and they weren't sustainable. And then they get proven wrong, and then they run to their echo chambers and then say, invest in Bitcoin. These are
So he was actually reading from ChatGPT earlier, and people called him out on it. But it was funny because he read it like an actor. So I got to give him some credit. He's performative, and because he is loud, the thing is, no matter, I guess some people become really gifted and skilled. I don't know what Vikings' goal or purpose is, but if you think coming on Clubhouse to complain, but not actually doing things in the real world is going to really change anything, it's just not true. Even if you project and hypnotize and convince other people that their position is wrong, it still just takes the doing and the action. All the words are meaningless. It's just spam. Action is the whole thing, which means you have to run for office unless you're willing, to join. Hello?
John, you know what's really interesting is when you're speaking, the music quality is actually really, really good. Of like the in the background that you're playing on Suno, but when you stop speaking, the music quality isn't as good.
Okay, let's try that again.
all right, cool, man. Have a great night, everybody.
Okay.
Yeah. You guys be safe. I appreciate everybody. All right, take it easy, man. Peace.
Oh my God, he's closing the room down? He shut the room down! He shut the room down! Can you believe it? Premature! Here come all the stragglers! Here comes the audience from the former room. Welcome, Rico! Some people.
I mean, as a spam communication AI that Zach was wanting.
So some people are actually pessimistic, and I just want to say that eventually you're going to want to see another huge firework go off. Eventually. That's just my opinion. And I think after tonight's announcement, I wouldn't be surprised if as he's giving the speech, he drops a nuclear bomb. So get ready, ladies and gentlemen, for the ultimate conflict of the baby boomers of America. I believe after tonight's speech, I think mid-speech, the United States Air Force, in conjunction with our incredible Space Force, some of the toughest soldiers on the planet that this U.S. military and Uncle Sam have ever produced, according to some of the people on this app who claim that I am terrified of Space Force. I just want to say that if they actually successfully detonate a nuclear weapon tonight, mid-speech, it wouldn't surprise me. I'm not a prophet, and I'm not the Mashiach, Rabbono Shel Olam. I'm just trying to say, Rabbono Shel Olam, that tonight's speech is going to be a banger and one for the history books, because Trump thinks in terms of history. In the same way that the Chinese plan for 100 to 500 to 10,000 to 100,000 years into the future, Trump tonight is going to change the fate of America, the destiny of the world, and the entire history of mankind. Tonight's speech, I've read a secret leaked internal White House memo put out by Stephen Miller. I can't believe I got access to it, but somehow someone sent it to me because, as you know, I am very social. And so that means a lot of communication comes in, and some of it is leaks. And we also got leaked another internal memo today here in Illinois from the Chicago and Illinois GOP, the Republicans. A leaked internal secret election on April 15th. You wouldn't believe the slate. It is so ridiculous. It's basically a clique of online social media shit posters. That's who runs the Illinois Republican Party. The whole hierarchy of the Illinois Republican Party is online shit posters. Some of them are so obese that they might not make it, they might not survive for 3 to 4 more hours. They're that obese. You never know when a giant obese person is just going to give out, right? Cuz you're just one breath away. I also just want to say the fact that 5 of my Clubhouse accounts got clipped means that I'm actually successfully doing something. Because to take time to dismantle my, intelligence node, though frustrating for me, shows that I'm actually upsetting people significantly. People who, in my opinion, if you are getting upset about me, well, then it's not a me problem. It's a you problem. And I'm doing exactly what I should be doing to cause your friction in your life. What do you think, kitty cat? Are you excited? We are about to officially announce World War III. It's coming. The big one, where every country finally commits total war. Russia, China, India. And I just want to say the reason why we are announcing World War III is because of Europe. It's not because of Americans. It's because of these motherfucking Europeans. And if you criticize American elites, you haven't even begun criticism. European billionaire elites are the biggest hypocrites because they have their own central bank. That's the thing that a lot of Americans who are complaining tonight and all day, oh, the central bank and fractional reserve lending, they don't have any actual money. It's all a Ponzi scheme. Well, we're not the only people running a Ponzi scheme. So what do you want to do? Shut down our scam? Well, every other major industrialized country on the planet is running the same fucking currency manipulation? Hello? basically what the universe is trying to say is tribalism or gangs or mafias or families, that type of categorization um, is essential, you know, in the entire recipe or masterpiece of creation. It's got to be that way. I don't think there is really any other way to do it successfully. But in the end, people ultimately choose tribalism or group think. I think that's the ultimate hypothesis. It's very difficult to change groupthink, you know, in terms of herd psychology. It's basically impossible. It breaks tradition or arrangement. Anybody have an example? You know, I can't even think of one, but let's go back to
culture jamming.
Culture jamming. Because if, look at it this way, if Zach and I were to take an expedition to Israel and go to Jerusalem and live amongst Orthodox Jews and completely integrate into some type of, you know, Jewish Orthodox theological or religious organization or yeshiva or whatever you want to call it, like try to fit in. Say we fully integrate and we're accepted and we're thriving, and then we take wives and we find some Jewish girls in a monastery. And they're like, oh, you make my life and my dream come true. And then we bring them back to America and we have children with those children. That girl will also know other Orthodox Jews in Israel. And let's say those Orthodox Jews decide they want to come to America to start a new life so they don't have to live such an austere and expensive life in Jerusalem. Anyways, I'm making a joke, but what I'm trying to say is, um, if you criticize any group, I mean, that is just the total faux pas of philosophy. And Zen wisdom is very explicit in this, that your opinion is what the problem is. And so what I'm trying to say is that if you're just criticizing one group think, but you're not criticizing group think as a whole or across 10 different types of group think, you are actually low IQ, and that's okay. But nobody's gonna save you. Nobody's gonna fix you. Nobody's gonna come to your rescue. But the only rescue that I know of is books. And if you have to read from ChatGPT, but you can't pick up a book, well, technically, you don't understand what books are, because books are just ChatGPT sitting on pages. And everything is relative to our communication exchange, because there's a lot of space, and a human body doesn't actually take up much space. And this is the thing is, if you criticize the Federal Reserve or the US dollar, you are criticizing a convenience, also a communication technology. Because, in my opinion, 99.9% of all technological advancement or all science, technically, at the end of the day, as they like to say on the Clown House way, it's just communication technology. That's what the Federal Reserve is doing when they send BlackRock $100 billion to buy, you know, toxic debt or treasuries. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. You can complain a million different ways, but at the end of the day, as we have discovered in the Jewish complaint department, all communication on Clown House is just complaints. Only that rare 0.01% is not a complaint. And that's why you're here in the Election Day 2026 House, listening to the Trump speech and the major war announcement. That's why you're here. Because all communication is politics, and all communication is projection, and all communication is absolutely 100% hypnosis. And I'm hypnotizing you right now. I'm influencing you. I am informing you, and I am persuading you. that this Trump speech is the ultimate baby boomer speech of all baby boomer speeches. You are about to watch and witness history and destiny change before your very eyes. Now, the question is Donald Trump going to be able to sell it? Because remember, all communication is hypnosis. And Trump is the ultimate hypnotizer, the ultimate magnetizer, the master of communication, because he has conditioned us over and over and over again with the suit, with the red tie, with the blonde hair, with the words, with the fighting spirit of destiny. Will Trump dazzle the world tonight? Oh my God, it's JCC! JCC! Oh, he left! JCC, welcome! Are you excited, JCC? You're about to witness World War III! Congratulations to your daughter, JCC. I heard she just had another major accomplishment. What about her dad? Sitting on Clubhouse all day long talking to the R words. And in the process, becoming an R word himself. When was the last time you read a book, JCC? Never? No, that's not true. Actually, I just read this book. Oh, okay, JCC. If you say so. Anyways, did you start digging a bunker out in your backyard yet, JCC? Because now is the time. Up, he left. So my friend who released this Illinois GOP secret election memo, it's funny because I think he timed it for Passover. You know, he wanted to release the drama and the gossip before the evil passes over. Everything he does, he times it, you know? It's very funny.
destroy USA. Tiny hit hits a big red button. Atomic bombs come falling down on you. Mushroom clouds in view. Send out a tweet to let you know. World War III 'cause Israel told me to. All for Netanyahu. And our red so far away. Oh, my red. Oh, them night and day. Oh, and our red so far away. Oh, my red. Oh, them night and day. Destroy USA. Feel like I'm getting deja vu. This is like a rock war number 2. A rock war number 2. And I go look at those oil supplies. I'd be ashamed if someone invaded you. If someone invaded you. And I ran so far away. About my red, about them night and day. But destroy USA. A drone appears above your head. A mower bomb comes falling down on you. Falling down on you. The fleet is moving nearer still. The stray of Hormuz, it comes in view. The oil must flow through. And I ran so far away. Upon my red, I bombed them night and day. But destroy USA. A tiny hit hits a big red button. Atomic bombs come falling down on you. Mushroom clouds in view. Send out a tweet to let you know. World War III 'cause Israel told me to. All for Netanyahu. And our red so far away. Oh, my red. Oh, bomb them night and day. Oh, and our red so far away. Oh, my red. Oh, bomb them night and day. But destroy USA. deja vu. This is like a rock war number 2. A rock war number 2. I like the look of those oil supplies. I'd be ashamed if someone invaded you. And if someone invaded you. And I ran so far away. From my red, from them night and day. But this for USA. A drone appears above your head. A mower bomb comes falling down on you. Falling down on you. The fleet is moving nearer still. The Strait of Hormuz, it comes in view. The oil must flow through. And I ran so far away. The bomb I ran, I bombed them night and day. But destroy USA. A tiny hit hits a big red button. Atomic bombs come falling down on you. Mushroom clouds in view. Send out a tweet to let you know. World War III 'cause Israel told me to. All for Netanyahu. And I ran so far away. Bomb I ran, bomb them night and day. And I ran so far away. Bomb I ran, bomb them night and day. But destroy USA. Feel like I'm getting deja vu. This is like a rock war number 2. A rock war number 2. I like the look of those oil supplies. I'd be ashamed if someone invaded you. And if someone invaded you. And I ran so far.
Next to Israel, that both would just bring so much calm and prosperity, and it would also be a major ally of us in that area. So it is America first. Thank you.
Thanks, Meg.
Anybody want to respond to that long
diatribe?
I don't know if I call it a diatribe, but I mean, she does make a point. A stabilization or a stabilized area or region would actually benefit a lot of things. I'm going to pass on the poor Iranian people. I don't really think the U.S. interests lie with freeing them. We just don't like the IRGC. So if in the cosmic skew of things, some things align. I honestly... Yeah, I have some quagmires and some issues with it. Some of you know that, but I'll allow the stage to go ahead. Anybody want to comment after that?
Yeah, Ocean needs to go back to Tehran to fight.
No, she doesn't. She's just somebody who's an Iranian.
Oh,
Hey, what I would say is that having American ground troops on, like, inside of Iran would take a lot more than 100,000. And the president only has authorization to do this stuff without congressional approval for another couple of months. Past that, he has to go to Congress. And I don't know about you, but I don't see any particular way Congress is going to go ahead and say, yes, let's invade Iran, right? Which leaves us in a bit of a quandary. One, the American public have a hard time with the idea of an invasion. But number two, it requires a couple of legal hurdles, which the system probably just won't do. Right? Like, how do you deal with that?
How do you deal with what? Like the system itself, or like I'm kind of confused where you're going.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to confuse everybody. I meant, given all of those things, where do you go? Given the fact that the American public doesn't want to invade, given the fact that it would take a lot more than 100,000 troops, given the fact that Congress is very unlikely to vote to invade the country of Iran, you know, how do you square those things with what you would like to happen? What we would all like to happen, which is that the Iranian regime goes away, right? Like, I want that too.
Where did you get 150,000?
Oh, I pulled it from the invasion of Afghanistan. More what I meant was it was going to take a lot more than that because it's a larger country, right? Now, if you took Kharg Island, I suppose that doesn't require that many in the grand scheme of things. I'm more meant if you properly invaded Iran to chase out the regime, you're going to have a place where Congress is very unlikely to support it. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, we can discuss it after the live stream, but just to give some context, Iwo Jima was about, I think, 8-9 square miles. Kharg Island is about 12. The mission and battle in Iraq that you were taking your numbers from is very different from what we have thus far. So let's not debate those numbers and etc., but it's something to think about. And so after the address, then we can get into a little bit more specifics. Anyone else on stage would like to comment? If you've already spoken, would you be so kind to yield to other people? Because we only have a half an hour until the address. Thank you.
KK, I just got in. I caught the last part of that. So I'm not sure exactly. I just caught a little bit about what Marshall was explaining. I didn't hear that part of the 150,000 or whatever was he talking.
Another 100,000. I believe it was up to 220 or 240,000 troops before we pulled some out to go into Iraq. My point was, because my point was coming down Meg. Meg's point was a stable Iran is good for the United States, which I agree with. But to get there, you have to have military forces on the ground in Iran proper, and that's going to take a lot more than that. And that took an authorization for the use of military force for Congress. I don't know if Congress would actually give the go-ahead to do that. Now, maybe the executive just does what it wants and things lie and they are what they are, right? But like I said, I have a very hard time imagining Congress would support that.
Right. I think a big difference is the way that we're going about it this time. The airstrikes, the damage being done is well, it's far more accurate and far more damning when you look at we've taken out their, pretty much for the most part, their military, and when we start staging, and I said this before, I think yesterday on another page, I forget the guy's name, but he was stationed over there, I think, for 2 decades, 4-star general, whatever he was, and he was talking about what their strategies were, and he says they got to have boots on the ground. He gave all the reasonings for it, and he says they would be safe, but why and how, I don't understand. He has a lot better knowledge and understanding. To me, it sounds dangerous as hell, because I don't trust Iran. They would take out the whole island if they could, I could see them flooding it with missiles and drones, and sure, even if 20% of them got through, that's a lot of damage, and we could lose a lot of people. But I think they're going to hammer it really hard for a while, for the next couple weeks. I'll be interested to see what this negotiation thing is, because he's sticking to it, that he's having negotiations. Making comments that will be out of there in maybe 2 weeks or a little less. So, to me, I can see letting the Israelis for, I just don't know what to think about the Kurds going in. You got a whole different aspect there, but I think if we pound them hard enough and long enough, and we can take enough sort of resources out, you do start to break the will of the people. Could be fracturing. There's rumors, and I take rumors with a grain of salt, but intel was saying that there's people inside the IRGC that are not really wanting to continue to battle. I think they see the outcome that could be, bombs being dropped on them. But reality is, I do think they're going to hit them really hard for the next couple of weeks, and we'll see where they're at that point. Then you can maybe start bringing in some ground troops, but I would much rather see us just continue to pound them until, into submission if we can.
Also, she said.
Can I jump in, Miss KK?
Yes, we just kind of go back and forth popcorn style, but if you find two people that are engaging in back and forth, please don't interrupt them because they'll lose their train of thought.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
It's popcorn style, but just heed to others if needed. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Ice, can I piggyback off of your statement a little bit, sir?
Yeah, go ahead.
Awesome. Ice, brought up some real good key words. There's, granted it's a rumor, and I agree with them on that, but the RGC individual members are slightly disbanding the objective. They're leaving, they're fleeing. Based off of, I think Crane was talking yesterday in a brief meeting. So that's something really positive to look at. But when you deal, in my opinion, with the two Muse and the 82nd coming in, is posturing with strength. Like I myself, I've served in Iraq, in Iraqi campaigns and in Afghanistan, and just the aggression can happen quickly when they realize the outcome. A quick example is when I would do basically gate detail, all right? Basically checking documents, passing people through on commute routes. A lot of times, just a simple hand motion to your grip would digress a lot of activity. And so I think with the Marines' presence there and the 82nd, it's going to convince the regular Iranian military to put pressure on the IRGC to disband. And I think that would be a good motive. I assume that's intention with the two Muse and the 82nd is to convince and basically force the IRGC to disband or be pressured by the regular military. Thank you, guys.
Yes,
Uh,
just a quick.
I'm going to be listening for rhetoric, whether it's Iranian liberation versus sovereignty. So I'm going to be listening for rhetoric. If it shifted in any way from what the initial rhetoric was. If you look at past initiatives that were preemptive, they do shift. So, yeah.
Also, I just want to add also that this is not the same as Afghanistan or Iraq, as we have a population that is very sympathetic to the U.S. That given if we can get rid of the IRGC, if we can weaken them enough to where they flee, to where they start to give up positions, the Iranian people will take over, and they want revenge. They want this regime gone. So we're not facing a population that is hostile to the Americans any Americans coming in. We're in fact facing a nation that will in fact be supportive and will not be trying to kill American soldiers, except the IRGC. So if we can hit them with precise strikes, get rid of the IRGC, make them flee, as someone said, that is the best case scenario. and then we will be able to make something work in Iran. But the Iranian people as a whole just want the IRGC gone and have no hatred for the American people.
Not yet.
Trump's going to discuss a bit about the Merle with the Mew, so that's what I'm going to try and see if he might give like a little brief hint on the Merle, but you know, I really don't know.
So, I want, hello, good evening, everyone. I want us out of the freaking wars overseas. We have our own problems here in the U.S. We need to concentrate on affordability, on building our military, and improving education. That's all I got for now. And go screw yourself, Leo.
Interesting. So a lot of you guys cite this. I saw some chatter in the comments. Iran's pummeling us. I'd push back on that. What are we at? Almost 90% of their navy is destroyed. Their coastline batteries are absolutely destroyed. Some of their missile systems, like Iran has figured out real quick that as soon as they launch, we hit them. We've interfered with their guidance systems. Diego Garcia was a good case in point. Guam, like these targets that they're launching at seem to be dispelled. The oil implications that Iran is targeting seems to be their overall goal is to provide civilizations in the Middle East. Even though their fight is with the U.S., they are attacking different entities. The IRGC being gone would be a benefit to literally the entire world. It's not just a destabilized government that's causing problems. A lot of you may disagree with this, but for 50 years, they have provided a ton of proxy problems that exist within the transportation of it. No nation has been safe from it or secure from it. We're forgetting the proxy groups that have conducted terror, including in Moscow, Russia, an ally of Iran, the Asian theater, India, Africa, the continent, literally a multitude of nations. Then we have, of course, Europe.
Kitover Towers. That's good.
Yeah. They in part had issues with the Western world. So again, the majority of this construct is from my lens, and I'm saying this from my lens, is that if you're tired of inflationary prices for goods, oil, even though we don't use Iranian oil, but if you're tired of it in a global sense, getting rid of the IRGC actually is probably the simplest methodology, or at least crippling Iran to the point where they're back in the Stone Age. Either way, I'd be perfectly fine with that. I still have problems with the fact that, Iran, even though we weren't at war with them, they still killed 241 Marines while they slept in their racks in the Beirut bombing, and then cheered about that. They kidnapped hostages, Americans. Some of you may remember Carter, or at least remembered hearing about that, and held them. We have the embassy, of course. We have numerous ships. They even blew up one of our ships, and then we did a Operation Praying Mantis. I believe that was the operation. Marshall will correct me if I'm wrong. And sank their navy in what appeared about a day. Hats off to...
It was an awesome display of the American military might in the middle of the 1980s. You're going to attack our bears? We're just going to get rid of your whole navy. Screw you.
Yeah, we sank it. And there were two major oil platforms. We destroyed those as well. So far, Admiral Cooper has destroyed Soleimani, the destroyer, their prized wartime vessel. It looks like Trump got that fucker twice. So hats off to that. And then the fact that Iran is not attacking just the U.S. or even, I guess you could put empathy, Israel, but they're attacking like UAE, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, a multitude of nations around the Middle East to try to draw them into the fight, which is really I don't think the optic war went the way they thought it would. I thought they would. I bet you they were thinking they'd have a rising of support from Muslim nations, when in fact the inverse happened. Most of them were in agreement. They want economic prosperity. They're not looking to have more military conflicts. They've actually signed trade agreements with Israel, so they're kind of bypassing that whole shit. So it looks like they want to have an economic race, which I think we can all be in agreement. Probably a better way to go. So I look at this as removing a power there. Freeing the Iranian people, I'm going to be honest, I'm going to get yelled at. You had 50 years to do that. I'm not interested in liberating you. I understand that your government is terrible to its own people. To be fair, in some constructs, you guys were kind of silent when we had our civil rights disputes, so you didn't say shit then. And really, I think if you really want to replace your government, you could have done it at any point in time in the last 50 years. However, you sat idly by, and you're going to point to a protest that occurred when tens of thousands of you were killed. I understand that. I get that. However, you could have took it over even when they were young and newly formed. You didn't. So, I mean, you've got multiple generations of this. A lot of you have fled Iran and talking about we need to fight on the ground. However, you're talking about that through protected lands. So I'm kind of mixed on that whole liberation thing. What I want is Iran to capitulate and allow the straits to open up. And I want people to not have to worry about proxy groups that'll actually happen. And I think dismantling Iran, destroying that government is probably a key thing. And maybe these proxy groups will die on the vine because they will no longer have the funding that Iran was helping to provide them, nor the safe harbor that Iran provided them. But let me know what you guys think.
Yeah,
Let's
I mean,
talk about
some
it.
people, that are being chat warriors right now, they hate our forward operating position, our base, which we call Israel, but it's actually our military base. But they just don't like those people, so they're gonna hate it regardless.
Yeah, they get a random attack on that causes some minor damage, and they say, "Oh, that's a catastrophic hit." It's irrelevant to us. So we have enough. We're still flying planes over them that were built and flown 60 years ago.
Like the KDR, dude. People aren't understand the KDRs. Like on our end, the KDR is fucking astronomically more versus our individual casualties.
Does anyone think this would have happened without Israel asking us to help? Or
I don't think it.
Yes, I don't think it's an Israel thing. It's exceedingly self-serving. We spend at a baseline in the defense budget about $30 to $35 billion with ancillary spending that goes into the 70s or 80 billions. If you deplete Iran's capability to have finances, if you deplete their capability to have medium-range and intercontinental ballistic missiles, if you stop their navy, then you are able to degrade their capabilities such that their proxies are now manageable, and the malign interest of the country that has killed 2,000 plus servicemen and double that in number of civilians over the last 50 years is finally punished for their transgression. I have a really, really simple solution. If you don't want America to bomb you, do us all a favor. Don't kill our civilians. Don't kill our soldiers. Then we won't have a reason to bomb you.
Well, and again, I think that's a valid point that, we can actually
Really?
bring up.
Didn't you hear me? I said, if you already spoke, let other people
Why do you
speak.
do this every time? Like, why do you do this? It's a great.
Shut your face.
What are you
Really?
talking about? Shut my face. You interrupt always good
Brad, this is the reason
conversations.
why we had problems in political compass. Like, literally.
Really, the problems are all me, right?
Fuck yeah, they are.
Oh, really?
Really?
What are you going to do about it? What are you going to...
How about that? There you go. Sit down, little boy. Sit the fuck down.
Wow.
All that damn much. Really? And guess what? Guess what? You can cook your own damn dinner tonight. Okay? How about that? Oh, Mm-hmm. You can cook your own damn dinner. You have a lot of audacity, and you don't even fucking respect the room. It's like every time I turn around, I got to deal with your shit. I invited you back up. Don't be a pansy ass now. Jesus. Oh.
I'm here.
Right-minded.
I'm here. I'm really,
okay.
you know what? This is why I go into the guest
You know
house.
what?
I have
Shut
missed
the fuck
this
up.
right here.
Shut
I
the
have missed
fuck
this
up.
right here so much.
You're sleeping in the
Thank
guest
you.
house tonight. You're sleeping in the guest house tonight. Okay, I'll just say it now. Everyone's been always saying Brad and I are in a relationship. Yes, we're in a fucking relationship. We've been lying to you this entire time. And fucking Brad, I have to send him up to the guest house because he's going, and the phone's so fucking loud. I have to like sit in another room when we want to be on Clubhouse together. Like, Jesus. So everyone that said like, oh, you guys in a relationship, you were right. You were fucking right.
So now that you
Brad.
got that out of the way.
Yep.
You know what? I am so fucking sick of this that you have really warped the world. And to everybody in this house,
You warp the world? What type of clapback is that? That sounds like a fucking white woman. Warp the world? You sound like fucking Monica. Okay, everybody, April Fools!
April Fools!
April Fools!
You know, I got caught earlier on April Fools. It pissed me off for about 45 seconds. All right, cool.
Man, I have missed that right there. I have missed that right there. That is well worth the wait. Thank you, Brady KK. Well worth the wait right there. That was hilarious.
Did we have anyone fooled?
I was definitely fooled.
No.
I don't know you guys well enough yet.
Oh, damn it. Okay.
We tried.
Okay, we tried. I knew I was doing bad when Thunder just starts laughing at me. I'm like, oh God, I'm doing terrible. I'm a terrible liar. Anyhow, let's get back to the conversation. We have 10 minutes left. I'll let you guys keep going, and then as soon as I unmic to play the live feed, please mic up, and then we'll discuss afterwards. But okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Brad doesn't have enough melanin for us to believe that.
So I have a question of people that say we're losing. I want to understand where that comes from. Like how people can say we're not winning this, this war, military engagement, whatever you want to call it. How are we losing though? Like seriously.
I will.
We have that from a couple different areas.
We need to define win and loss. Don't we have to do that first? Or no?
Well, wait. Mr. Right-Minded, I've got a wholesaler. So I can say this. Some people on stage can say this. It's because they were bitchereens. But I'm just kidding. None of you can say that to my friend down there.
Really? Do you know how many Marines are on stage right now? Hello?
And they're all eating Crayola crowns.
I've got backup.
Get fucked, Rick.
Oh, I missed you guys so much. Yeah, I thought I was going to have to buy a dog so I could go to sleep with the dog. I know where it comes from. A lot of people, there's a lot of like AI, Mr. Right-Minded. There's a lot of, I guess, non-belief in America's capabilities and powers, even though some of us were literally the guys implementing that power. In fact, there are people that are really concerned in our government that we're using too much power and showing our hand a little too much of our capabilities. So, I mean, I like from there, I don't understand where people are getting the stats. So like Iran is winning or pounding us because we're at 13 losses, which is really hugely unfortunate. I agree for all of you. And I think 130 wounded, 160 wounded, which again is terrible. But these are acts of war. And military combatants will put themselves in the harm's way. And we do, I mean, even I hope for the absolute return of every single one of them home, safe and sound and whole. But the realities are on the ground that Iran is not winning. They're not They have no naval assets. They have no forces that could match us. And I don't know where they're getting their data from, because they can't be reading the same information I am. And I'm not just reading Americans. Well, maybe, but I mean, it'd be interesting to hear, some other perspectives that don't align with mine.
We have to remember the same media that's been trying to convince everybody that Ukraine's been winning the war over there against Russia. Remember they were trying to tell people that, Russia ran out of fucking ammo and then they were fighting with shovels, remember? That was literally a meme going around. So I don't trust anything these assholes say, and it's gotten kind of political at this point, where they're kind of rooting against Israel, America, and Trump because they're hate for Trump or hate for Israel, but there's no metric where the Iranians are winning. I mean, them being able to maybe close off the Strait of Hormuz temporarily might be, I guess, looking in their favor. And then, of course, they have the media on their side. But at the end of the day, I think we're still going to prevail here. And, we've annihilated their Navy, their Air Force. The IRGC is pretty much, I've been watching videos on X, where there's IRGC, saying that pretty much everyone's abandoned their post and shit. A bunch of people have just, have left. They don't want to be killed, and they don't really know what the direction is, And so I'm hoping that that's going to start gaining steam, where people are abandoning their posts and saying, fuck. I mean, they're literally afraid to, to be killed, by some fucking bomb. So I think we're going to prevail in this thing, but it's going to put us in a stronger position against China. It's going to put us in a stronger position with this whole thing with Venezuela and Iran. No more cheap sanctioned oil going to China, and I think the petrodollar is going to remain strong. And, I think we'll prevail with this whole thing. So
one thing I look at is people want to talk about opposing person on the stage.
How is that going to put us in a stronger position?
Yeah, I wish there was an opposing person on stage.
Yeah, the thing is, I'm not saying that Iran is winning anything. I'm sure the United States has a lot, much stronger military power than Iran has, and they're obviously building that on Iran. However, economically and politically, don't you think that America is losing a little bit because of the rising cost of things like the gas, and which is eventually going to affect groceries and every other thing that we buy? Don't you think in that way, Iran knows it's winning a lot of things?
Hold on. I hate that argument. The reason why I don't like that argument is because Obama, back literally, not 2008, but 2012, he had national gas prices almost at $5 a gallon at national average.
No one to sample 32 different flavors.
Yeah, it's $2.80 in Texas.
We're going to test. It's
Texas,
espresso.
Yeah, $2.82. That's what I told you today. Yeah, today $2.82 in Lubbock.
That's because you're in district. That's because you're in district pad 3.
What
But
the hell are you seeing $2.80?
$2.82 in Lubbock, Texas. Look on gas, buddy. LUBBOCK, Texas.
I'm in Texas now, and I'm not
you're probably over in Dallas or Houston or Austin.
I'm around it. Austin.
Yeah, you're not shopping around either. You should use gas, buddy. And you should also. I'm trying to help you here, Ben. If you want to save money on gas. Okay, go ahead and talk. I was gonna try to help you how to save gas. Download Gas Buddy app. And you'll be able to find it for under $3. And then if you use the Walmart Plus app, you get an additional 10 cents.
Oh, so the thing that is really baffling me.
Hold on, wait a minute, Ben. When did gas determine? Hold on, Ben. Ben, hold on. Wait a minute. When did gas? Hold on, wait a minute, man. Just wait a minute. Hold on now. When did gas determine if we are winning a war? Gas prices. When did that become the benchmark for if we were winning or losing a war? Seriously. Like,
you guys
give me the historical reference point to that.
Voted this guy in because you said he was going to be a no wars president. He's never
So you're avoiding the question, though.
But let me.
That's a great answer to a question no one asked you, though. My question, he's trying to play. Now, you know what I'll do, Ben, if you don't answer the question. I'm asking very simply. I'm asking very simply, though. Give me one historical reference. Wait a minute. Give me one historical reference of when gas prices determine if a country wins a war or not.
COVID.
I'm waiting on an answer. Did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said when I said?
Because I thought it was moronic when you said gas prices. You implied that means we're losing the war. Come on.
I clearly said.
What was gas? Gas was at $5 a gallon.
Each other. Why are you guys talking over each other?
Yeah, that's Mr. Right-minded style. You know, I've known him for a minute now, so he always talks over me. But that's okay. I clearly said, Iran is not winning this war. From a military power, no, they are not. America is clearly dominating this war from a military power. But when it comes to the economics involved in it and the politics involved in it on the American soil, Donald Trump
in the microphone or something like that.
Donald Trump's campaign, he has at his different rallies.
All right, hold on. Real quick. Sam's Club 97.
Stop. I want to hear what he says.
329 again.
Yes, 329. Because I'm in Texas.
Yeah, Austin. I just read off Austin.
Before they started, gas was at $2.49, and I really don't care. I mean, not that I'm bright, I can afford $2 for that. I can afford $3.50. It doesn't really bother me. But what I'm saying is,
you think he drive a Tesla?
He's been out there talking about gas at $1.99. He campaigned on zero new wars. That's one of the reasons he got in there.
All right, hold on, KK. It's beginning.
What did KK say?
Yeah, Ben, shut up.
One of the other. Okay, let me shut up. Go ahead.
Go on mute.
KK, you there?
Also, don't let any more West Africans on stage.
But let's have on this point, Mr. Right-minded made. Since when did gas prices are pushing? Already going? Never mind.
And welcome to Hammoney, and we start with this Fox News alert. The president of our country, of the United States, Donald Trump, he will deliver a major address from the White House in just a moment. The president is expected to give a huge update on the conflict with Iran, which appears in its final stage. In fact, according to the president, Iran's president is now asking for a ceasefire. Well, no thanks to NATO, by the way. Our own Peter Ducey, he's live. He's outside the White House. Peter, we expect him in about 70 seconds from now.
Yes, so I'll be really quick. No ceasefire, Sean, until the Strait of Hormuz is open. And the challenge for President Trump is going to be reassuring Americans that Epic Fury is winding down in the next 2 or 3 weeks, at which point gas prices will come down, he says, while also not really giving away too much to the Iranians about what remaining American assets in the region are doing. There's still the issue of uranium that could be collected. There are, but he is going to tell us about how white the Iranian army and navy and ballistic missile facilities are at the moment after a month plus of this operation. So expect to see him walk out right on time. Sean.
You know, I'd expect to the NATO threat. How close were they potentially to having nuclear capability? I'm sure that will come up tonight. The issue of 60% enriched uranium, I would expect that might be discussed, and also the issue of NATO. All right, let's take you inside the White House. We expect the president is going to walk straight to the podium, and here's the president of the United States.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Congratulating the team at NASA and our brave astronauts on the successful launch of Artemis 2. It was quite something. It will be traveling further than any manned rocket has ever flown and will very substantially pass the moon, go around it, and come back home from a distance that has never been done before. It's amazing. They are on the way, and God bless them. These are brave people. We want to God bless those 4 unbelievable astronauts. As we speak this evening, it's been just 1 month since the United States military began Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield. Victories like few people have ever seen before. Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them, terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons, factories, and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces. Very few of them left. Never in the history of warfare has an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks. Our enemies are losing in America, as it has been for 5 years under my presidency. He is winning, and now winning bigger than ever before. Before discussing this current situation, I also want to thank our troops for the masterful job they did in taking the country of Venezuela in a matter of minutes. That hit was quick, lethal, violent, and respected by everyone all over the world. After rebuilding our military during my first term, we have by far the strongest military anywhere in the world. And now we're working along with Venezuela, are in a true sense joint venture partners. We're getting along incredibly well in the production and sale of massive amounts of oil and gas, the second largest reserves on earth after the United States of America. We're now totally independent of the Middle East, and yet we are there to help. We don't have to be there. We don't need their oil. We don't need anything they have, but we're there to help our allies. Tonight, I want to provide an update on the tremendous progress our warriors have made in Iran and discuss why Operation Epic Fury is necessary for the safety of America and the security of the free world. From the very first day I announced my campaign for president in 2015, I have vowed that I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. This fanatical regime has been chanting death to America, death to Israel for 47 years. Their proxies were behind the murder of 241 Americans in the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut, the slaughter of hundreds of our service members with roadside bombs. They were involved in the attack on the USS Cole, and they carried out the countless other heinous acts, including the just horrible, bloody atrocities of October 7th in Israel, something that most people have never seen anything like it. This murderous regime also recently killed 45,000 of their own people who were protesting in Iran. 45,000 dead. For these terrorists to have nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat. The most violent and thuggish regime on earth would be free to carry out their campaigns of terror, coercion, conquest, and mass murder from behind a nuclear shield. I will never let that happen, and neither should any of our past presidents. This situation has been going on for 47 years and should have been handled long before I arrived in office. I did many things during my 2 terms in office to stop the quest for nuclear weapons by Iran first, and perhaps most importantly, I killed General Qasem Soleimani in my first term. He was an evil genius, brilliant person, horrible human being, however, the father of the roadside bomb. He lived just horrible what he did. Iran would have been perhaps in far better, stronger position. Had he lived, we would have had probably a different conversation tonight. But you know what? We'd still be winning and winning big. And then very importantly, I terminated Barack Hussein Obama's Iran nuclear deal, a disaster. Obama gave them $1.7 billion in cash, green cash, took it out of banks from Virginia, D.C., and Maryland, all the cash they had, flew it by airplanes in an attempt to buy their respect and loyalty, but it didn't work. They laughed at our president and went on with their mission to have a nuclear bomb. His Iran deal would have led to a colossal arsenal of massive nuclear weapons for Iran. And they would have had them years ago, and they would have used them. It would have been a different world. There would have been no Middle East, no Israel right now, in my opinion, the opinion of a lot of great experts. Had I not terminated that terrible deal, and I was so honored to do it. I was so proud to do it. It was so bad right from the beginning. Essentially, I did what no other president was willing to do. They made mistakes, and I am correcting them. My first preference was always the path of diplomacy, yet the regime continued their relentless quest for nuclear weapons and rejected every attempt at an agreement. For this reason, in June, I ordered a strike on Iran's key nuclear facilities, an Operation Midnight Hammer. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Those beautiful B-2 bombers performed magnificently. We totally obliterated those nuclear sites. The regime then sought to rebuild their nuclear program at a totally different location, making clear they had no intention of abandoning their pursuit of nuclear weapons. They were also rapidly building a vast stockpile of conventional ballistic missiles and would soon have had missiles that could reach the American homeland, Europe, and virtually any other place on Earth. Iran's strategy was so obvious. They wanted to produce as many missiles as possible, and they did, with the longest range possible. And they had some weapons that nobody believed they had. We just learned that out. We took them out. We took them all out so that no one would really dare stop them. And their race for a nuclear bomb, a nuclear weapon like nobody's ever seen before. They were right at the doorstep. For years, everyone has said that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons, but in the end, those are just words if you're not willing to take action when the time comes. As I stated in my announcement of Operation Epic Fury, our objectives are very simple and clear. We are systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America or project power outside of their borders. That means eliminating Iran's Navy, which is now absolutely destroyed, hurting their Air Force and their missile program at levels never seen before, and annihilating their defense industrial base. We've done all of it. Their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, their missiles are just about used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran military, crush their ability to support terrorist proxies, and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. Our armed forces have been extraordinary. There's never been anything like it militarily. Everyone is talking about it, and tonight I'm pleased to say that these core strategic objectives are nearing completion. As we celebrate this progress, we think especially of the 13 American warriors who have laid down their lives in this fight to prevent our children from ever having to face a nuclear Iran. Twice this past month, I've traveled to Dover Air Force Base, and it's been something. I wanted to be with those heroes as they return to American soil, and I was with them and their families, their parents, their wives, their husbands. We salute them, and now we must honor them by completing the mission for which they gave their lives. And every single one of the people, their loved ones said, please, sir, please finish the job. Every one of them. And we are going to finish the job, and we're going to finish it very fast. We're getting very close. I want to thank our allies in the Middle East, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain. They've been great, and we will not let them get hurt or fail in any way, shape, or form. Many Americans have been concerned to see the recent rise in gasoline prices here at home. The short-term increase has been entirely the result of the Iranian regime launching deranged terror attacks against commercial oil tankers in neighboring countries that have nothing to do with the conflict. This is yet more proof that Iran can never be trusted with nuclear weapons. They will use them, and they will use them quickly. It would lead to decades of extortion, economic pain, and instability worse than we can ever imagine. The United States has never been better prepared economically to confront this threat. You all know that. We built the strongest economy in history. We're going through it right now, the strongest in history. In 1 year, we've taken a dead and crippled country. I hate to say that, but we were a dead and crippled country after the last administration and made it the hottest country anywhere in the world by far, with no inflation, record-setting investments coming into the United States, over $18 trillion, and the highest stock market ever, with 53 all-time record highs in just 1 year. It all positioned us to get rid of a cancer that has long simmered. It's known as the nuclear Iran, and they didn't know what was coming. They never imagined it. Remember, because of our Drill Baby Drill program, America has plenty of gas. We have so much gas. Under my leadership, we're
They've got so much gas!
Gas on the planet, without even discussing the millions of barrels that we're getting from Venezuela. Because of the Trump administration's policies, we produce more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. Think of that, Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. And that number will soon be substantially higher than that. There's no country like us anywhere in the world, and we're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it. We've beaten and completely decimated Iran. They are decimated, both militarily and economically and every other way. And the countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. They must cherish it. They must grab it and cherish it. They can do it easily. We will be helpful, but they should take the lead in protecting the oil that they so desperately depend on. So to those countries that can't get fuel, many of which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, we had to do it ourselves. I have a suggestion. Number one, buy oil from the United States of America. We have plenty. We have so much. And number two, build up some delayed courage. Should have done it before. Should have done it with us as we asked. Go to the Strait and just take it. Protect it. Use it for yourselves. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done, so it should be easy. And in any event, when this conflict is over, the Strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally. They're going to want to be able to sell oil because that's all they have to try and rebuild. It will resume the flowing, and the gas prices will rapidly...
The spice must flow!
Very much, frankly. They came down a little bit, but they've had some very good days over the last couple of days. We've done actually much better than I thought, but we had to take that little journey to Iran to get rid of this horrible threat. With our historic tax cuts, where people are just now talking about receiving larger refunds than they ever thought possible. They are getting so much more money than they thought. That's from the great big beautiful bill. Our economy is strong and improving by the day, and it will soon be roaring back like never before. It will top the levels that it was a month ago. I've made clear from the beginning of Operation Epic Fury that we will continue until our objectives are fully achieved. Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death. They're all dead. The new group is less radical and much more reasonable. Yet if during this period of time no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously. We have not hit their oil, even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding. But we could hit it, and it would be gone, and there's not a thing they could do about it. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force. The nuclear sites that we obliterated with the B-2 bombers have been hit so hard that it would take months to get near the nuclear dust, and we have it under intense satellite surveillance and control. If we see them make a move, even a move for it, we'll hit them with missiles very hard again. We have all the cards, they have none. It's very important that we keep this conflict in perspective. American involvement in World War I lasted 1 year, 7 months, and 5 days. World War II lasted for 3 years, 8 months, and 25 days. The Korean War lasted for 3 years, 1 month, and 2 days. The Vietnam War lasted for 19 years, 5 months, and 29 days. Iraq went on for 8 years, 8 months, and 28 days. We are in this military operation so powerful, so brilliant against one of the most powerful countries for 32 days. And the country has been eviscerated and essentially is really no longer a threat. They were the bully of the Middle East, but they're the bully no longer. This is a true investment in your children and your grandchildren's future. The whole world is watching, and they can't believe the power, strength, and brilliance. They just can't believe what they're seeing. They leave it to your imagination, but they can't believe what they're seeing, the brilliance of the United States military. Tonight, every American can look forward to a day when we are finally free from the wickedness of Iranian aggression and the specter of nuclear blackmail. Because of the actions we have taken, we are on the cusp of ending Iran's sinister threat to America and the world. And I'll tell you, the world is watching. And when we do, when it's all over, the United States will be safer, stronger, more prosperous, and greater than it has ever been before. May God bless the men and women of the United States Armed Forces, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much. Okay. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much. You see that beautiful milk? It's what we're here for.
Patricia, Marshall, Sig, occasionally KP when he's sober. All of these guys are what I consider my family, and I met all of them through Clubhouse. And so you guys can have at it. I only intercede on occasionally, but Mr. Right-Minded or KK or Marshall, you want to lead it off with what you didn't like, which you liked, and I say we let Sig and Ice kick it off. I'm ready for round. Let me get that popcorn going.
I just got to say, I'm in shock and awe. ICE is over here advocating killing 12-year-old innocent civilian girls, man. Insane. And fucking.
All right, here's the shock and awe. The guy's talking stupid shit, talking about how we targeted 12-year-old girls. We didn't target them. It was a bad misunderstanding. It was a bad intelligence situation. And you want to come in there and act like the U.S. is targeting them. That's the stupidest fucking shit I've ever heard. You literally said in there, too, there's no imminent threat, but if we're going to die a death of 1,000 paper cuts. A death of 1,000, a death of 5 paper cuts, 500,000 paper cuts. It's still a death. They've been chanting death to America for 47 years. You just said they've been preparing for 20 years, Sig. So what you're telling me is we should wait for them to prepare for 40 years so you can't come in. Because when you wait at that point, you cannot go in and stop them from getting a nuclear weapon because
No, we just shouldn't be fighting foreign wars and letting our young men, American men and women die. And
so
fighting wars for
deal.
Israel for
war,
maybe Netanyahu.
War, people die. People die in war. But there's only one side that will kill, literally target men.
You thought that was you.
Women, children. They literally put 12-year-olds in their fucking military. My point is you want to talk about children. They're putting children, a gun in children's hands and saying, go to war. And you think that's not a problem. You think that it's not, okay, we don't know that they don't have ICBMs. They just came out and said they did. So what do we wait till I'm going to ask you this, Sig.
No, we just shouldn't be fighting for these dirty kikes over in Israel, you know?
So here's the deal, Sig. How long does it take for an ICBM to land from when it takes off from Iran? How long does it take to get to the U.S.?
That's for Sig, not Leo.
Oh, I was just saying what Sig was thinking.
No. Sig? You are not Sigaroni. Sigaroni has his own voice. Quiet now, Leo.
He's Googling now.
Come on, Sigaroni.
No, I'm actually waiting for the mod to stop talking because I don't interrupt mods. I don't disrespect mods in their own room. So, again, what was your question, so I can make sure I answer it thoroughly?
How long does it take an ICBM to get from Iran to the USA?
Someone drop a link in the chat. Someone drop a link in the chat.
30 to 40 minutes.
You gonna let me answer the fucking question, or you want to answer it for me? Because I'll shut up and let you go. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I didn't ask for a link.
Yeah, I got 5 words in. You asked me a question. I got 5 words in, and you can't shut your fucking pie hole.
I don't want to fucking.
This is what I'm talking about with you emotional fucking bitches.
I could ask anybody else.
So if you're gonna go ahead and finish, and I'll answer your question when you're done. Go ahead.
You can get anybody on here. And the answer is 30, 40 minutes. That's it. That's
45 minutes.
Or you say, I don't fucking know.
45.
Yeah, you can't talk about men being emotional when you had screenshots of BB.
If I ask you a question, I'm gonna shut the fuck up and let you answer, not cut you off.
I'm off.
Well, then shut the fuck up and let me answer. Let me get at least 5 words in. Fucking Christ, man. So
Stop
again,
bitching and fucking
here we go. Here we fucking go. Yo, Miles, let me know when he's finished and I'll answer.
Just go, Sig.
I'm sorry, I slept away. I was getting dinner and literally pouring a beer. What's going on here?
So he asked me a question, I get 5 words in, and then he wants to answer it for me.
Leo.
All right, so let him go.
Leo, we don't need
Brad,
your help.
I asked him a question, and he goes, well, here, let me go get a link.
And then you cut me off. Because I was gonna answer your question. So again,
how long does it take for an ICBM to get to the U.S. from Iran?
Okay, so then you asked him, and there's no, ice. You asked him. It's done. If he doesn't know, he doesn't know. It's about 45 fucking minutes. And so Sig, go ahead and answer.
Yeah, so again, there's been no confirmation of them having ICBMs. Everything that's been reported is them wanting to create ICBMs. So that's what I was going to tell you. So it doesn't matter how long it takes because there's no intelligence firm, including the U.S., including Israel, has not confirmed, bro. And this has been reported. I can drop the links in the chat to support my fucking claim. So that was my...
And he said, how long should we wait until they get them? Another 20 years?
Leo, hold on. I think what you mean is that they have intermediate range ballistic missiles. They just don't have any ballistic missiles that can reach the continental United States, any of our islands, or like large islands.
Not yet.
I think
by default, it's not an imminent threat. Thank you.
Jesus.
Actually, they've claimed it. I will put some links in there. They claim to have an ICBM just recently. So the fact that they claim it, are you going to say that our intelligence knows absolutely everything? Because right now they've admitted we don't know where all their missiles
what they did was take the payload out of the rocket and fill it up with gas and claim to have a rocket.
Intelligence is always... Intelligence is always off.
Do me a favor and put the
wait a minute. Hold on, Mars, hold on. Guys, when people are talking, that whole entire room wants to hear each person talk. Now, I know I haven't been on here for a long time, but I'm raring to put some people in the shut the fuck up section if you cannot respect when somebody's talking on the floor. Sig, first of all, were you done, brother?
No, I wasn't, man. I wasn't.
Go ahead, Sig. You got the mic. Go ahead, floor.
Copy.
Go ahead, Ben.
Good to see you. Good to see you, Mr.
Absolutely, brother.
Mr. Wright.
Yes.
Good to see you, brother. So again, claim to have something and it being confirmed are two different things. I mean, we're grown ass adults. We should know the difference between this, okay? So again, people can claim shit all fucking day, but has it been confirmed? The answer is no. There is zero intelligence reports that have confirmed that they actually have them.
So, Sig, I'm going to disagree with this and side in on, I don't know who, I'm siding in with myself. Diego Garcia, 2 missiles, 2 ICBM ballistic missiles were launched at Diego Garcia. We'll say it was more of a miss BCM because they never reached their targets. And we were tracking their guidance. You are aware that those launches did occur. We shot one down, the other one went, did a couple loops and a couple like tumbles, and then it went into the ocean because it didn't reach it. IBMs. So I would say they're miss BMs. That's a pun intended. Maybe they launched them out of camels. I don't know. Maybe they hit the camels in the balls and launched them out of the throat of the camel. I don't know.
Too much, Brad. Too much.
Put them in the go.
She will. Shut up. But the idea that event did occur. I mean, so we are aware that they do have ICBMs. We are aware that they have verified it by international agencies and Iran themselves, saying they were at 60% uranium enrichment. So that does make it weapons grade. They have 400 kilograms of that still hanging out somewhere hidden in their territory. So I guess that's possible. They can at least make 30 bombs with those, which I would argue would be probably more problematic for the area or the region of the Middle East. So does that clear up some things?
Yep, radioactive fallout.
Yeah, here's what I would ask, Brad. I would ask to see the link, because I just looked at the link ICE says, and again, Iran claims. So here's the thing. We want to believe Iran when they claim certain things, but then when they claim that they hit one of our ships, we don't want to believe. What are we? We're only believing stuff that works in our favor, and then throwing baby out with the bathwater when it doesn't favor us. That's what I'm saying. It's the flip-flopping, bro. So which one is it? Do you want to believe Iran in one case and not believe in the other, or what? And again, I would like to see in the link that it's been confirmed, because the link that ICE just put in it's the Iran claims. There's nothing that's been confirmed. That's my point.
Okay, so I'll ask Brad, because it could be a quick yes, back and forth, yes or no. Brad, they told us, we knew they could hit about 1,200 kilometers, right? And they said they didn't have ones that could go further than that, but then they hit a base that was 2,500 roughly. We got in the area, they shot at it and got there, right?
No. 1,200 miles is 2,500 miles. 1,200 miles is 2,500 miles. It was like 4,000 whatever kilometers or some shit. Actually turned out to be like, 6 or something.
All right, so then what we can say is they actually fired an ICBM, and one of those links, they actually have one that verifies that they tested it. That claims they can go 10,000. But they could go 10,000 now. They claim they didn't have a 2,500. So are we throwing out the baby with the bathwater because we got to believe that they don't have them because intelligence says they don't have them?
They showed the distance from Diego to
Rich. Control the autism.
I was helping him.
I understand. Let him make his argument with Tig.
I'm talking about the one where it says they verified that they fired an ICBM and they're claiming 10,000 kilometers on it, okay? So now we can sit here and we can throw the baby out with the bathwater because they only had the 1,200. But they did have 2,500. So the 2,500 must have been somebody else's because they didn't claim they had it. And there was no verifiable. Was there any intelligence that said they could go 2,500? Nobody had that. We didn't have it. It was a surprise to us. So we can sit here and throw the baby out with the bathwater, like you say, because you think intelligence. Where was the imminent threat on 9/11? We didn't know until the planes hit. So what you do is you go with what you got. And go a little further and go look at our promises to our allies. Hell, Hillary Clinton said it. We will defend our allies. We will go in. We will put boots on the ground. We will bomb the shit out of Iran. She had no quarrels about what she said she would do to Iran. She said she would make sure. Back then, she said, I will make sure that they will never, in my term or any future president's term, get a nuclear weapon. Now that goes back to 2016. She was the Secretary of State before that, and she was that concerned that she was that vocal about it. But we want to pretend that our intelligence knows absolutely everything. But then you come on here and say our intelligence is making up stuff. Our intelligence lied. Our intelligence said they had weapons of mass destruction. Tell me, so do we believe the intelligence or don't we? Do we sit at home and wait till we get attacked or don't we? Do we die by 1,000 cuts or do we go try to prevent the 1,000 cuts? Which way would you like it?
Okay, so you got to give them time to answer.
All right, so again, I just looked at the link Brad dropped. Ballistic missiles are different than intercontinental ballistic missiles. Secondly, that is within, UK is within the range of the Middle East, okay? So again, what Tulsi Gabbard testified in front of Congress, she said out of her own mouth, they were not an imminent threat. This is the head of intelligence, okay? And then Trump starts giving her shit. All of a sudden, magically, she starts changing her mind. Again, I'm going off of this administration telling multiple lies, switching their story and flip-flopping. Trump made fun of for several years, and even in 4K, he was on video saying, and even his tweets, you can look at my PTR, he was talking about Obama being a clown pretty much, and what he's going to do is try to bomb Iran in order to get reelected. So Trump is chastising a president for claiming or wanting to bomb Iran, yet he turned around and does the same exact thing. Benjamin Netanyahu, for the past 30 years, has been claiming, Iran's, they're 6 months away, they're only a few months away. Since 1995, 1996, and nothing's come to fruition. And like I said, you guys have yet to post a link showing that it's been confirmed, and all I see is claims, and not intercontinental ballistic missiles, just normal ballistic missiles that have normal expected. Normal.
Yo, so
again,
I actually asked you a question.
Hey, no.
Oh, I thought he was done.
No, he's not. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'll be quick. So again, it's about an imminent threat to the United States. They are an imminent threat to surrounding regions in the Middle East, not the United States. And when I talk about death by 1,000 paper cuts, again, look at the low-tech technology that they've been using. They have literally been launching little $50,000, $20,000 bullshit drones and missiles, and we've been using $1 million fucking missiles to shoot them down. They're doing this shit on purpose. They're having us waste our resources and waste our money shooting our expensive stuff while they launch off shitty ass low technology duds. And I'm telling you, man, they have been studying us in the Middle East for the past 20 years. They know our weaknesses. They know we are a ground up central command. They have structured a mosaic command military for that purpose. So you can keep cutting the heads off the snake, reappearing because of how they're restructured off of our presence in the Middle East in the past 20 years. So this is going to be a death trap. They are setting this up. Carg Island is literally a fucking fishbowl. Really shooting fish in a barrel when those Marines show up. They're going to fucking die. They have 4,000-foot mountains there that they have bunkers and missile sites and all kinds of shit. They're not using their best shit right now. So I'm not saying Iran is ultimately going to win, but what I'm saying is they're going to smack the fuck out of U.S. and this is going to be long and drawn out, and there's going to be a lot of American troops and a lot of bloodshed. And those little girls, I'm sorry, brother, I don't advocate. I will never advocate for innocent 12-year-old schoolgirls getting fucking killed. And nobody said that they were targeting. So you keep switching words and adding shit. I never said they were targeting. The fact is that the United States killed innocent school-age girls, bro. That's the problem.
All right, so you dodged his question when he asked you. You don't believe when they claimed that they had weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. So even if the intelligence agencies come out and say that they have ICBMs, you're still not going to believe it. So that's kind of...
And that's based on a lie, because we were told that they had weapons of mass destruction by George Bush and the intelligence, and come to find out years later, and thousands of troops dead, U.S. troops dead later, that it was all a fucking lie, bro. So again, Trump has lied several times, and I can post links of Trump going back for no more regime wars, no more stupid wars, no more Middle East, America first. We're going to take our focus, and Trump went back for some reason and totally flip-flopped on what he said. So I have clear evidence and proof that this administration has lied. Previous administrations have lied. Okay, I have proof that Israel has fucking lied. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep that clear in my conscience and clear in the front of my damn brain housing group. And I'm not going to be so quick to believe the United States, the administrations and the intelligence this time. I'm going to sit back and I'm going to look at things a little more skeptically because we have been lied to. And that is 100%.
Can I just ask a question?
Do you think there could be that we don't know everything and they haven't revealed everything?
Who is they, KK?
The intel.
Now, is that a possibility? Yes, but things that I look at, okay, I look at certain patterns. The fact that two of our most powerful naval ships went out there and fucking retreated. One of them has damage, and coincidentally, it's a kitchen fire or laundry fire, or whatever the case is. Coincidentally, it just happens to be, right? But again, that's what the U.S. side is saying. That's what Trump's saying is that, our boat, the Ford didn't get attacked. It was a kitchen fire. But again, I'm going based off Trump has lied, and he has lied in 4K in front of all of us, okay? So I'm not going to believe everything Trump says now because he has lied over and over and over again. He said he was going to give them 48 hours. Well, guess what? That 48 hours turned into 5 days. Look at the last few press conferences. Minute by minute, Trump has been flip-flopping. Just watch it objectively and watch it skeptically, and you will see he's been flip-flopping every fucking 2 fucking seconds, man. So I'm not believing every word that comes out of Trump's mouth, and I have evidence to support my reading.
Respectfully say, can you impart what you think the agenda is that is not what's being said in public?
I'll say that one more time. You're cutting out, Albert. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. So respectfully, of course, if and I don't want to side either way here. Respectfully, if what we're being told in public is not what the true agenda is, can you impart what you believe is, if you're willing?
Yeah, what I believe is, based on my research and what I've been looking at and looking at previous wars and looking at how this is going to turn out. I'm looking at Vietnam War. It's supposed to be 3,000 troops turned into 500,000. And how many years did we spend over there? How many fucking U.S. troops died because of this shit? I think what it is I think that we are losing market share as far as a petrodollar. We need to keep the U.S. dollar circulating globally to keep up this fucking Ponzi scheme that we have for this $40 trillion in debt, because once we stop making payments on that debt, we are fucked economically. And I think that as we've been done before, as has been done before, the American people are told a lie, just like World War I. Look at how we got involved with that, with the Zimmerman telegram.
Well, Zimmerman telegram was real, so was the sinking of Lusitania.
But look at how it was used. They intercepted and they held onto it until an opportunity to use it to convince Congress, because Congress didn't want to go. The American people didn't want to go into war. They brought it out at the.
It was maybe 6 months in between the Zimmerman.
No, he's a mod. He's a mod. He can interrupt me. I'm gonna be quiet. Go ahead, Mark.
No. All I was saying was I think it was 6 months or so, but it's like the traditional teaching goes that the sinking of Lusitania brought us in. The Zimmerman telegram played quite a large role. I will grant you, it seems like they held on to it for longer than they should have, and I don't have an answer for that. It's a good piece of research to do. Sorry, go ahead. I heard that, and it made me think about that.
My point, Marshall, is that, again, I can show time after time after time after time again where our government has lied to us. I can show time after time after time after time again when our government has gone over their metal. And ICE brought up that they were screaming death to America for da-da-da-da. Yeah, they weren't screaming death to America until we went over there and started fucking with them when they decided, hey, you know what? Why are we fucking with this global shit? This is our oil. We can go ahead and set up our own enterprise and make our own fucking money off of it. And lo and fucking behold, we go over there and overthrow their government to prevent them from doing that. So ICE, if you came over to my house when I was trying to get some shit going for me and be financially stable and financially independent, and you came over and fucked with me, I'd be screaming death to ICE too, brother.
Dig, to your point, look at what happened to gold and silver prices with all this debt.
Here's a question I have.
As far as silver prices are concerned, I'm sorry, mister.
I have one question here. And I understand, Sig, where you're coming from. But my question is it a bit premature to indict this administration as being like previous administrations when it comes to military operations like this? In fact, I would say this is the first real military engagement in either his first or second term, right? So we are basically a month in, and we're saying we're going to be out in a couple of weeks. How do you compare that to previous war operations from previous administrations? It's too quick, because what I'm saying.
Well, here's the thing, though. Gerard, is that we were supposed to be out a couple weeks ago, a month ago. We were when we did Operation whatever the fucking has. Trump came out and said himself that because supposedly we went over there and struck them because they were their uranium enrichment was a threat, and Trump came out in front of that podium and said, "Yeah, Mary Lou, your mic's unmuted." Yeah, I was just, okay, cool. Yeah, so, Mr. Right-Minded, Trump came out from that podium and said, hey, it's been obliterated. And you just heard him say in his speech a few minutes ago that their back is being a threat again. So which one is it, man? Again, you're flip-flopping. If you went over there and did Operation Hammer or whatever the fuck that was, and you completely obliterated their shit, how are they still a nuclear thing? And then it changed from, oh, well, now they're oppressing, the IRGC's oppressing the people, and we got to go over there and help those people. So again, minute by minute, the narrative has been changing, and Trump has been lying. So again, Mr. Right-Minded, I'm not buying anything right now. I'm not buying anything from the right. I'm not buying anything from the left. I'm standing back and looking at this with this.
Can I That's more than fair enough right there. So the question again, hold on, wait a minute, man. Okay. The question I have is, again, because we just started this literally this second, the actual, I guess, second engagement outside of bombing their military, their nuclear facilities last year. But we just started this 30 days ago, and we're already talking about ending operation in the next couple of weeks. And at least from my perspective, and what we've been able to accomplish in taking out, again, the majority of their Navy, Air Force, their missile capacities, and some other key aspects of their military capabilities, we've taken that out in less than basically a quarter, 3 months, right? I'm still not convinced that they're doing all this flip-flopping. What I think is happening is they are basically adjusting to what the situation is. And I'm not a military guy like you. I was not in the military like you guys were. But from what I'm looking at it is, why are we judging this operation compared to previous historical military operations when it doesn't seem to have the same pretenses? That's all I'm saying.
It absolutely does. So again, weapons of mass destruction, found out that was a lie. And again, I pointed out, and I've shown in the chat, nope.
Trump has never said weapons of mass destruction. They were trying to build nuclear capability. I mean, we destroyed their nuclear sites that were underground that they lied about that said they didn't have. They already lied about that, so they got caught with that. And they were still trying. They already, in fact, from what I understand, they had already told in the diplomatic aspects that they had, I think, 11 missiles, I think, that were ready to be nuclearized or something to that effect.
Correct.
So now, again, what are we supposed to believe then? Do we wait until they have these capabilities, or do we take them out now? Well, that's a hard question to answer.
Right, but again, Mr. Right-Minded, it's all been claims. There's been zero confirmations, and I've yet to see a link in the chat where it's been confirmed, and that an intercontinental ballistic missile has been confirmed, and it has actually been fired at the U.S. I'm talking about the imminent threat, because this is what it all started with. If you look at the beginning of this, it was all about an imminent threat to the United States. There has been zero evidence showing that there's been an imminent threat. So again, that's why I compare it to the weapons of mass.
Wait a minute. Stop cutting.
Are you taking the BEMA position?
Hold on. Stop cutting shit off. Who is this talking, first of all? Who is this talking, man?
I would say they also.
Okay, yeah, you in the shut the fuck up section. Do not cut people off when we're having a back and forth discussion. That's what I'm asking you guys to be respectful of, because we have an audience. And what I'm asking Sig, he's answering, but I want to hear his answers again. And I'm answering what he's saying back. Sig, you got the floor.
Thanks, Mr. Right-Minded. So that's why I'm comparing it to the weapons of mass destruction. And like I said, there's been a bunch of flip-flopping. It was they're an imminent threat. Okay, how are they an imminent threat? Oh, well, they've got intercontinental ballistic missiles. Everything that I've read, and I've had this conversation with people before, nobody has shown any proof that it's been confirmed. All sources I've read and been shared with me, just like ICE did in the chat, it's all claims. It's all claims. So I'm not saying we need to wait and be sitting ducks, but what I'm saying is, as far as the U.S., Mr. Right-Minded, there's no imminent threat to the United States. And again, it shows the incompetence on the Trump administration side. When you have Tulsi Gabbard testifying in front of Congress, she's the head of intel, man. She should know everything. She should have everything. 1 week, there's no threat, and then Trump starts giving her shit, and then instantly she changes her story. right? So again, what is it as the intelligence agency? Why is it that we're going over there, taking out their uranium enrichment sites, and then you're saying everything's obliterated, there's no more threat, everything's good to go, and then all of a sudden it starts popping back up that they have more shit? So that should be an indicator that maybe what Iran has, maybe we're not seeing all of it. And maybe that should be an indicator that if we go into this thing, maybe they have more behind the scenes, and we're about to send our fucking U.S. troops in there, into a fucking death box, into a fishbowl, that maybe they got more. And so maybe we should take that in consideration. So like I said, I'm not claiming I'm 100% factual on everything about this, but what I'm saying, there's enough red flags in this, Mr. Right-Minded, that I'm getting off the Trump train. I'm not drinking that fucking MAGA Kool-Aid, because something is fishy with all the lies and all the flip-flopping. Again, that's Trump said... And
that's all good, but what I guess where you and I, we don't see eye to eye is, I'm not one for waiting around until some, I guess, agreed upon threshold that says now they are an imminent threat when they can be firing a missile at us or one of our bases to take out our troops like that right there. I'm not sure what the benchmark is for imminent threat being confirmed. That part right there is what really is, I guess, where we differ in opinion at. Now, again, I'm not a military guy. Hold on. I'm not a military guy like that. But what I'm saying is, I'd rather be the aggressor than just be the person that's waiting on something to happen than be a reactor.
And I hear you, Mr. Right-Minded, but it's easy to say from the sidelines. Again, none of these guys are sending their fucking kids in. Okay, they just raised the re-enlistment age to 42. Everybody I see championing for this shit, nobody's fucking enlisting, man. So I see a lot of people who are rooting this on from the sidelines. They're not putting boots on the ground themselves. They're not jumping to fucking say, you know what, let me do my part about this. And that's mighty suspicious to me. And then again, Mr. Right-Minded, Trump said in the beginning, this was supposed to be a quick in and out. We've been there for over a month, and now we're ramping up to send a shit ton of troops over there. So something's going on to where it's supposed to be a quick and easy out to now it's been extended, and now we're ramping up forces. So something's going on to where and two, look at the hits that they've been making. Okay, look at the low-tech drone technology they've been using. They've been hitting civilian sites. They've been hitting U.S. Military bases. We weren't counting on that, and all of a sudden we struck them, and then now they put a whammy on us. And this is why Trump has been flip-flopping on, talking shit to them, and then retracting on, 48 hours. You got 48 hours, and we're gonna. Oh shit! Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm extended to 5 days. When have you ever seen Trump back off like that? It's never happened, bro. He's been backing off more now than we've ever seen him. So that should be an indicator. Something is up. Something's not.
Yeah, I hear your
Can I get in here, please? Mr. Rackman? Hold on one second. How quick do you want it to be there? I mean, again, we're not even 2 months into this thing, and you're saying it needs to be quick. How quick then?
I didn't say that. I'm saying they said it was going to be quick and in and out, Mr. Right-Minded, and clearly it hasn't been.
Compared to previous operations, is this not quick?
Okay, when they said it was supposed to be we were supposed to be starting off with airstrikes. Then it turned from airstrikes into sending our Navy out there. Then it turned from our Navy backing the fuck off or something. Why is our Navy backing off? If we're this fucking dominant, we're this wrong. How the hell is this little, how the hell is this so-called puny little fucking force backing our fucking Navy off? Okay, secondly, they closed the Straits of Hormuz. Why don't we just go in and fucking obliterate the fuck out of them and just reopen that shit up? I'm telling you, man, Mr. Right-Minded, these motherfuckers got some shit up their sleeve, and they're baiting the United States in. They've been studying us for the past 20 years, and they've been taking notes from Russia, whooping Ukraine's fucking ass. These people aren't stupid, man. They're not fucking.
Got it.
So mines are the reason they don't open it up, Sig.
Excuse me. We're going to move on. Thank you, Sig. I hope Ice and Sig kind of got that out. By the way, Sig, I would sign up, but I would be the world's worst Marine. Okay? It would not be good.
But you would give proof to the concept that the Navy is the men's division, the Marines.
Oh my God. You guys are still seamen, okay? All right.
No, that's what comes out of our hoses.
I know Manfinity and Simon and others wanted to get in. Albert as well. Let's go ahead and open it back up.
I just want to say blessings to the room. I find it very hard to be on the other side of Sig, and I'm not completely on the other side of Sig because I share his skepticism as it relates to what's coming out of the administration. But I think what he's not fully giving credence to is that there's value in having, dare I say, strategic ambiguity. So when they say 2 days and 5 days and 2 weeks and 3 weeks and all of the flip-flopping as you see it, to you, that's a red flag for disaster ahead. that's not necessarily the case because there are a lot of moving parts, and like in the words of Outkast, you can plan a pretty picnic, but you can't predict the weather. So they might have predicted it's going to be 2 weeks, and then what happens, brother? The reality hits. The rubber meets the road. And yeah, maybe there are things that they probably didn't fully consider that propped up. They're not going to put that on display for you to consume or for other. There are tough decisions being made behind closed doors. Do I trust everything that comes out of Trump's mouth? Absolutely not. But to say that it doesn't meet your benchmark of imminent threat, that's for Donald Trump to decide. He's the one who was voted in by a majority of American voters and got put in there through the Electoral College. He gets to look at all the facts and circumstances.
No, it's not. Imminent threat is
Excuse me. I don't think I was done talking. I guess you have my privilege, so you can just talk right over me.
Give me a second.
Yes, he does.
I don't understand this. Just throw my whole shit off.
Manfinity, he has a mod.
That's what I said, but he threw my whole shit off.
It's defined in the 1973 War Powers Act.
Say what?
It's defined in the 1973 War Powers Resolution, not
Okay, go ahead. Define it. What is it?
Look it up real quick.
No, look it up on the fly.
Of course I'm going to look it up on the fly.
Looking it up on the fly. Okay, let's see what you come up with. 1973. There's an actual definition for imminent threat. Let's see.
Yes.
Okay. And just real quick, you said, well, Tulsi Gabbard didn't, she brother, the IAEA, who is the arm of the United Nations, is supposed to confirm their dissolution of their nuclear capabilities. They were playing fast and loose with them, not giving them access to certain parts of the country. Trump said in June, we attacked these 3 sites. He said those 3 sites were obliterated. He didn't say they were forever never going to be able to resume their efforts. And they did. The efforts were resumed, according to the Trump administration. It could be a lie. And like you said, a lot of these are claims, brother. But we're never going to, you want them to put the proof on a silver platter? It's not going to happen.
Okay, so in the War Powers Resolution, preventing surprise conflicts clearly indicated by circumstances, statute links imminent to an objective standard situation where circumstances clearly indicate conflict is highly probable, and broadening the scope determines intended to trigger the resolution's protections earlier than simply waiting for the declaration of war. So those 3 things.
All right, so everything you just said can fit into this circumstance. So Donald Trump can look at the facts, the circumstances. He's in the decision room. He sees all of these details, facts, circumstances. He's got this general saying this. He's the one who gets to make that call, not me, Manfinity, sitting in a comfortable chair, not Sig, not my man, Mr. Rightminder, who I haven't heard in a long time. Nobody gets to make that call but him. And he's not a can kicker. He's a problem solver. The past presidents, going back from Reagan to now, kick the can. Donald Trump is a problem solver. So you're not going to get... if he was so gung-ho, he would have done something in the first term. He was very reticent to make this call because they were so resistant to diplomatic efforts. According to Witkoff, the first time they sat down with them after the attack in June, you'll never achieve with us diplomatically what you will achieve with us militarily. That's what they set off, if you take Witkoff at his word. So I understand your concern. I understand your skepticism, but I think you're being bamboozled by the strategic ambiguity, which is going to accrue to America's benefit. The art of surprise attack is important. So they couldn't go out there and get all this allied support because we needed to get them. 49 of them were caught in a brunch, bro. All of their leadership.
Can you share with us? Can you impart with us what the agenda is then? Because you've been talking for a while, and
I know.
What do you think
I hope I'm making sense.
What do you think is going on?
The strategic. I think the strategy is to denuclearize their ability to, have nuclear weapons and to be a bully and a threat to the Middle East. They're the number one, according to the administration. They are the number one financer of terrorist activities, and we have all of our bases over there. So even if they can't attack America on our soil, all of those military bases, those are American people who can suffer casualties. So I think he made the tough decision. It was going to be controversial no matter which way he went. And I think we got to give this time to make it work. I understand his frustration.
I get one update real quick because I did cut him off. Let Anthony chime in here because I cut him off earlier and Sig and I was back and forth. Anthony, if you're still in the room, go ahead.
I appreciate you, brother. Yo, I haven't seen you forever.
Leo, I got you.
I'm so happy you're good, bro. I can't talk right now. I'll be right back, but thank you for.
You got Leo. Floor is yours, Leo.
Hey, Marshall. You love when you hear these talk about how the United States lost the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, even though we destabilized Afghanistan, trained their entire military, left in billions of dollars of munitions, and now they're fighting the Russians and Chinese after they come back in. We destabilized Iraq, toppled Saddam, switched back over to this petrodollar, killed over 1 million and 1.5 million Iraqi combatants, 1 million Afghani combatants, 3 to 5 million civilians in each country. 6 to 10 million civilians died. We destabilized the country so much in Iraq that they actually have free and fair elections right now. You look at the intermediate ballistic missiles that can reach like London and Paris and Germany and stuff like that, which, I mean, if they were to attach, a dirty bomb to that, they could reach there. But realistically, they're probably just going to shoot it at Israel, and then they'll probably shoot it like, Riyadh or something like that, or, maybe even hit like one of the European countries. And then the second that they hit one of these NATO allies or just like Israel and stuff, then we launch all the fucking nukes. There's a lady that was on Sean Ryan's show, and they were talking about North Korea, and Sean Ryan said, well, what happens if North Korea shoots a nuke? And she says, well, the president has an automatic response that's already pre-planned. And if North Korea were to launch one intercontinental ballistic missile at the United States and target one of our locations, our automatic response is to shoot 82 intercontinental ballistic missiles at North Korea. He said, how many would it take to destroy the entire country? She said 82, which they already have that already planned out to wipe out the entire country of Iran if they launch one ICBM. So it's waiting around and just hoping that, they're just bluffing, and that's not going to fucking happen. We're going to knock the shit out of this. We might not win the war, but we're at least going to knock them back 30 to 50 years. They've launched 1,500 to 2,500 ballistic missiles and drones in the last month. 90% have been intercepted. So we're looking at 150 to 250 that have actually struck. But we've hit 14,000 confirmed targets. I mean, we are absolutely ass raping the fuck out of Iran right now.
And that's the whole point, brother. That's what I was telling you. That's the whole point. We're wasting millions of dollars in munitions while they're only wasting hundreds of thousands. That's the whole point, brother. They're exhausting our fucking resources.
Knocked out 95 for 96% of the RGC.
Again, we're shooting $1 million missiles to knock out $50,000 or $50,000 missiles.
It's not even knocking out their ballistic missiles, though, Sig. We knocked out their facilities to create ballistic missiles. It's not like they're going to rebuild that in a month. And the ideal over we're refining uranium and stuff, they have other locations, which we thought they did. And we've confirmed they did, and we fucking targeted those locations, 3 different locations since the war started. So we're knocking the shit out of their uranium refinement, which I thought was stupid, giving them a fucking 3-day heads up when satellite images from Space Force showed that there was fucking thousands of trucks going in and out of there. So they probably moved their fucking uranium, which I thought was really fucking stupid to send the B-2 Spirits in 3 days after we announced that we're probably going to hit it. But I mean, the reality is we're knocking out their ballistic missiles, their refinement. We're knocking out all their drone facilities and stuff where they can manufacture. I mean, we're at least knocking them back 10 years.
Same thing Russia did. Russia went by the same playbook with Ukraine, bro. The weapons and shit we were sending to fucking Ukraine. Okay. Russia did the same fucking thing, using cheap ass fucking munitions as a front, while we exhaust and Ukraine exhausts the expensive equipment, military equipment that we're utilizing against. It's like I said, the Iranians they're using the same fucking playbook, bro. I know Ukraine's getting fucking slapped, bro. They've been getting slapped forever. That's why
we were in there. 26 or $37,000. What are you talking about? The GBU 26. Which is made by Lockheed Martin, is $37,000. Like, we got people like freaking manufacturing rockets right now. It costs $20,000-$30,000. What's his name? Lucky Palmer. I mean, he's selling munitions and stuff to the United States. We're not sending just $1 million and $10 million missiles and stuff like that. You know, we're sending cheap bombs. The ones that they just hit that nuclear refinement facility. Those $7,000 each. Yeah, we use like 80.
We're actually using the same drones they are. They literally took their drones, came back, made them better. And so the other thing, again, we're gonna go back to the whole imminent threat thing. There's 128 bases throughout that area, you know, within reach of them. 128 bases. Now, we didn't have intel to tell us that they could reach those bases until this war started. So prior to that, we had no idea that 128 of our bases were within an imminent threat happening by just deciding today I want to shoot a missile. Not being prepared for that, not getting forewarning for that. Guy just wakes up one day and says, it's the day. Because in Afghanistan, they talked about why they were having such a problem, because they went low tech. What did they do? They used a freaking donkey in a courier to send the messages around. Can't intercept those, can we? No. Low tech? We've been working on low tech too. We're just not as good at low tech because we want to rely on high tech, right? But what we did do is start different drone warfare programs. We've got all sorts of stuff that we don't even know about, right? But the bottom line is when we want to wait for an imminent threat to show up, I have to ask, where was the warning on 9/11? Where was the warning on Pearl Harbor? There wasn't, okay? We had two massive, catastrophic things that happened with no knowledge of an imminent threat. And so the imminent threat, again, I will go back and say what Hillary and what everybody else has talked about. We defend our allies. We've already told Taiwan, if China comes in, we've got you. It would devastate our entire Navy. We might win, but it's going to cost our Navy because we're fighting on their shores.
Yes, we're engaging in this warfare with Iran right now. If we can actually topple the IRGC, which I don't think is actually possible unless our test turns on the IRGC, they're 490,000, 190,000 IRGC. You know, unless they switch it up, unless the Kurds come in, which the Kurdish president said he would send in soldiers if our test turns on the IRGC and the Iranian people show that they're actually going to get out in the street and send fight. But I think there are a lot of feckless cunts in Iran, and I don't know if they're actually going to they're actually willing to go out and like die for this cause, you know, like a revolution. But the reality is, if you don't want us to be like a fucking proxy of Israel, then you should want the IRGC to be overthrown. Because the second that they can get their hands on a dirty bomb, and they do send 10 of them to Tel Aviv, and one makes it through, and it fucking nukes fucking Tel Aviv, that's automatic response. Automatic response. If it takes 200 or 300 nukes to wipe Iran off the face of the earth, every square inch of that country, that's what we're going to do. That's going to be the automatic response when one, you know, nuke goes off in fucking Tel Aviv. And you want to talk about like involvement of the entire world. I mean, it's going to get nasty. So our better, you know, thing to do right now is to knock the shit out of the IRGC and at least knock them back.
Exactly, and the whole thing is we can talk about what we think we know because it's been released. Yeah, but we can talk about what's going on and what we think we know in intelligence, but I can guarantee you half the shit that's going on, they don't want anybody to know about. Why? Maybe we know exactly where something is.
Your fire alarm, asshole.
Yeah, like I said, I just find it funny that you know, we struck them, and then when Iran threatened, hey, motherfucker, we'll take out the fucking desalination plants. When they started making threats to take out heavy infrastructure that will impact millions and millions of people in that fucking region, leave them starving, leave them without clean water, right? It's funny how we backed off. If Iran's so not so credible and the threats that they're making, why do we back off as soon as they threaten to?
Because he's trying to negotiate.
Okay,
He's
but what I'm
telling them
saying,
they're going to obliterate their entire country, knock out desalination, knock out their power plants. They're going to be without water and without power. And the IRGC is going to fucking starve to death, and all the Iranians will too. So, yeah, we pause in trying to see if we can work with these guys. Like, 96% of the brass is gone. You're having to work with these low-level guys that are saying, hey, I'll fucking, wave the white flag and we'll surrender, and I'll get all my guys to fucking surrender if you give me $100 million or whatever, $1 billion, and move me to Los Angeles. Like, we're trying to work that shit out.
And you're claiming 96% of their brass is gone, just like we claim that they.
The reports are that 96% of the brass has been killed.
Let me finish. Right, but again, we also got reports that the uranium enrichment, which was the first threat that they claimed, was obliterated, and clearly it wasn't. Things came back and said, "Oh shit, maybe we got it wrong." So is there a possibility that this could be wrong as well? That they could have more than what they're claiming, just like
seeing how they sent ballistic. Yeah. So answer the question. So seeing how they were sending missiles into Turkey, how they're sending missiles into Uzbekistan and stuff like that. Seeing how they're doing that to their allies and stuff like that probably gives pretty good indication that there's not a lot of brass, and that dudes are taking it upon themselves to go, you know what, I don't like the fucking Uzbeks, or I don't like the Turks, and just shoot fucking ballistic missiles. And the Turks are fucking carrying water and saying, oh, well, those rockets, they went the wrong direction, it was accidental, because they don't want to get involved.
But we can go to what he's talking about there too. Is again, we can just go with the reports. Let's just go with what we can only go by what we have verified. That's all we can go by. Well, fuck, we got nothing to worry outside of 1,200 miles. Park the damn ships 1,200 miles away, right? That's what we can go by.
Well, 2,500 miles. We thought it was.
No, I know. But the report was they could only go 1,200. We didn't know they could do it until they did it. So we didn't know. It wasn't verified, and there were no reports. There was nothing on Google.
Yeah.
All right, so what are you burning over there with the bomb going up?
It's a whole damn building.
Okay.
Just so you know, that is not me cooking.
Because you already blew up your oven and your stove.
I have a new one.
Yeah. Sig, the only way this war is actually going to end is if the Iranian people, if they get Pahlavi and Trump, and Bibi says, get out there and fucking take down the IRGC, and the 98 million Iranians or whatever it is, 80% of them supposedly hate the IRGC, which seems realistic the way they've treated them. If those 80%, if just 10%, 8 million people get out, there's 190,000 IRGC. They get weapons and stuff like that, just basic fucking, weapons, and go out and start murking these motherfuckers. Then the Kurds will start pushing in there, and then maybe we can push soldiers in. But we need the Iranians and we need the Artesh to go in to get into those barracks and get all the fucking weapons and stockpiles.
That's a good point, Leo. Someone please correct me if I'm wrong, but Trump did not mention anything to the Iranian people or in that topic at all. Like, he didn't call to them and say,
he told them
we're going to do this. And well, yeah, but I'm talking about this speech that we just heard, this address. He did not say anything. And other addresses and speeches and talking points he's had, he's always said that, but now he hasn't. Did he say something or no?
No, he didn't say anything, which I found alarming. He didn't even, to me, it was a very unusual. He read from a script, and I always kind of take hesitation with his script reading because I don't really, I like him more unfiltered. He's a little bit more honest on that front. His script reading is just atrocious. The other thing is, he didn't really say anything significant outside of the fact that, we obviously, what we already know. I disagree with saying that the carriers are pulling back. We're moving them, we're shifting them. I believe we're moving a third one in. So that seems to be that strike operations are going to go.
Supposed to be swapping out the Gerald.
They might be swapping out the Ford.
Yeah,
but I mean, the Ford, from what I know, even inside some of my veteran communities, for those of you that don't know, ships catch fire at sea. They rage. Like, it's not anything pretty. When fires burn through the berthing rays, and it kind of gets out of control really fast, which is scary to a lot of people, but firefighting on a ship is vastly different than firefighting on land. And things can catch a little bit faster. This is why, maybe some protocols weren't followed. I really don't know what the full report is off of the Ford right now. I do know that it does not look like it's been struck in that capacity from anything I've ever seen. It just looks like a typical fire. But I mean, those things happen. It's interesting how it happened in the laundry room. I wonder if somebody, opened up a flame and it caught, or an electrical component. That happens too. So, I mean, a lot of weird things can happen at sea with the ship. And these things run 24/7. So shit breaks, man. They do preventive maintenance. But again, I don't see anything that indicates that it was Iran claiming a victory. It's kind of weird. Now, if it comes out that, they were hit, well, then, Iran managed to get a drone. But how hard it is to get anything to fly through a carrier strike group with all that technology, I mean, it's kind of almost impossible. They're like more secure than nations.
They have lasers now to take out the drones. They're attached to the ship.
Well, that's part of the low tech that they're using. So what they're doing is they're using balsa wood drones, balsa wood and fiberglass with electric motors, and they're low flying drones. And with the detection radars and the detection technology, it filters them out as flocks of birds. Because you have to install filters because you have flocks of birds, you have things that the radar picks up that you don't want to pick up and give you false signals. Same thing with the electronic warfare community. We had that shit on our plane that I used to work on. So that's the reason why they're using that technology. So it gets filtered out with flocks of birds, and that's how they're able to get in and strike. That's how they've been hitting a lot of these strikes. In Dubai, too, the strikes that they did in Dubai, the civilian territory, that's the technology that they were using. That's why they weren't detected.
You know what does need to happen? Excuse me, Leo, just a second, I'll let you go. You know what does need to happen is Iranians that live in the United States, they're saying that their relatives and friends that are living in Tehran, they're not getting any information as far as how much damage has been done to the actual IRGC and all of their military depots and such. So I wonder if, their next step is to be able to give them internet, so that way it can then become more of a propaganda campaign to activate those that are on the ground in Tehran or in Iran, because they have to be activated in some capacity.
Brad, remember when Iran claimed that they shot down 3 F-15 strikees, and then we found out that it was a Kuwaiti F-18 that I guess fucking became an asshole and shot him actually down? Like they claim the shit all.
Right, but I mean, Sig, I'm just going to tell you on the carrier, like a low-tech drone, I'm not saying it's impossible to do, but you would have to do it in a swarm and a missile defense system. And carriers don't really operate as close to shore as people think. Like, they're not parked in a harbor somewhere launching operations. They're generally pretty far out. And with the layered defense systems, even the fact that they do GPS jamming in terms of that, and radio frequency jamming multiple times, that alone is there. Impacts too, they can detect signals, and they often turn around and make drones do weird things because they'll jam it and take over those signals. The carriers have their electronic warfare system is like off the charts. But I mean, it's like, I'm not saying it's impossible. It's more of a theoretical. And the Ford itself is like designed in its origination to defend against these kind of low ball attacks. The USS Cole taught us like how to interfere. Like, the Navy does not sit still when one of their boats is hit. They immediately start pulling things in and start adding components. Like, there's a massive rush to go buy whatever it is out there that can protect it from a threat that may happen. I'm not saying it's there, just that the Ford, to hit the Ford, you're looking at so many ships.
Yeah, but Brad, that's what
I'm sorry. Oh, I was just going to say, I've never been on Nimitz, but, I've been on an LHA or a WASP, but, so I really don't know too much for, like, Nimitz, but I can really agree with Brad when it comes to, like, fire. I mean, every Marine that's ever partaken in a MEU, you actually have to go through, I think it's like 3 weeks of seamanship course, and the last week is dominantly on firefighting. Like, everybody has to go through a firefighter course. So fires are not common, but they're laundry rooms, like Brad said, even the washrooms, and just minute things. So I agree with Brad when I say there's no evidence truly pointing out that not even the veterans community, say you're a veteran, Brad's veteran, I'm veteran, for others, we all have our veteran community that we talk to, some that are still active or inactive but still do DOD or civilian contracting, and I have heard nothing on my channels of anything regarding like actual strike. So I agree with Brad on that. Sorry for interrupting, Sig.
Yeah, no, you're good, Stubby. And that's the thing. Again, I've never claimed it got struck. Again, go back and read the chat. My claim has never been that it got struck. What my claim is that I find it suspicious, and that's been my stance. I find it suspicious that all of a sudden there happens to be a kitchen fire, and there's an immense amount of damage according to the pictures on that. Okay, so again, my claim is that I'm suspicious. Secondly, again, you guys just stated a bunch of claims Iran made, and you're willing to dismiss those, but then when it comes to ICBMs and nuke threats, what Iran claims, you don't want to dismiss those. That's what I'm saying. There's no consistency. It seems like we want to dismiss it when it's not convenient for us, but then we want to accept it when it is convenient for us. That's the second thing I'm calling out. Third thing is, again, I have electronic warfare experience. I was 6283 electronic warfare EA6B Prowler. Tip of the spear when it comes to airstrikes. That bird goes in, jams, shuts everything the fuck down, and then everybody comes in and does the strikes. So again, you have to, especially on these ships, you have flocks of birds, all that type of shit. You have to filter those out because you're going to get a bunch of false positives from flocks of birds and stuff. And that's where the drone technology comes in. That's why they've been successful with all these strikes they've done on all these U.S. bases and these civilian sites, is because they've been using a low technology, knowing that there's a filter to filter out flocks of birds and things like that, where you don't want false positives constantly bugging the shit out of you and exhausting your resources. So those have been my...
Well, one thing I was going to read right here from the article, it says major plumbing headache taunts $13 billion U.S. carrier off the coast of Venezuela. This is January 17, 2026. And it says it's the U.S. Gerald R. Ford. So, like, they were already having problems with it, with just the plumbing. So, I mean, it's not that unrealistic to think that they had, like, a fucking fire.
Well,
I'm not, and I'll accept it. Like I said, I'm not saying 100% I know. I'm just saying it's a coincidence, and this is based on all the lies and flip-flopping. So I'll accept that. I'll take that.
Yeah, it's been out since June.
Yeah, they were extended too. The Ford was extended in their deployment before all this. They were supposed to turn around and go back, but they didn't.
Yeah, and Sig, you both know. I mean, usually shit goes downhill once you actually get in theater, or when you actually start ramping up. Like, you both know that for, at least with our branch, it seems like, shit goes south, when you're in action. And so, like I say, it could have just been like a out of the blue moment.
I had to look this up too, because I was pretty sure. I think the Ford was operating 900 miles, off of the coast of Iran. I had to look this up. At max range on a high-end low-tech drone, it's about 25 miles. So what always gave me pause was the effects of just the limited range of the radio frequencies and the ability of these like low-tech drones to go. Now, I don't have a lot of experience with drone warfare. I don't operate drones. I don't fly them around. But I mean, even even on the high-end, low-tech ones, I mean, you only got so many miles that you could do, and just carriers are constantly on the move.
Chief, C-Rams should grab it, though. C-Rams should grab it.
I would think so. Even the old CWIS systems on their first iteration, as a threat. Like, I've seen them, like, fuck, our CWIS systems locked on. You guys would be surprised. Our weapon systems would lock on your personal planes you're flying over, and we just immediately will ping them and get them locked on. But, I mean, I've seen them lock onto birds, like a pelican, and just kind of, like, follow that trajectory, waiting for the command to go hot. So, I mean, I don't know. We can put the forward as saying it's probably some seaman that was probably lighting a cigarette in the laundry room, or there was like some of the chemicals used in those laundry rooms probably combusted at some point, or electrical spark created some kind of fire, which that fucking happens. If you ever watched our electricians in the Navy, I don't think there's a single one that doesn't get zapped on a routine basis. So,
Chief, that's why we use the guns. The Navy transports Marines, but we have to shoot the guns for you guys.
You know that our guns are a lot bigger.
Glorified taxis.
Yeah, our guns are a lot bigger, with more damage, and we have better toys than you guys.
Sig, you gonna take that, Sig?
That's because you're a kid. Mr. Right-Minded, since we haven't been able to talk politics in a while, I want to hear, what is your thought on what would be considered a W in this Iran conflict for you?
To be quite honest, I think we've already won. To take out their Navy, their Air Force, like I said in the beginning when I first joined the room, a super majority of their missile capabilities, and also their leadership within the IRGC, their leadership. Ayatollah is dead. I think the second line of successors is dead also. And from what I have been reading, is his son, is his son able to...
he's missing his leg and his balls.
Okay, so then...
And his penis doesn't work.
But to me, that, we've already won. I think that we have some unfinished business, but we pretty much won this thing. Just from me on the outside looking in, I try not to get too deep in the woods militarily because I'm not a military guy like that. I didn't serve. But from looking at it from a perspective of America first, and seeing how they took out again all of their naval capabilities pretty much and their Air Force capabilities, and we control their skies, I don't know how you can't say that we've already not won.
Well, some have been saying, and I've asked a vast different, variety of people. I've asked people that are that have family there. They left the country at a young age, or military as well, and then civilians, Democrats, everything. And a lot of them have said that if there's no distinct regime change, then that's not a true W. Yes, that we've tampered them. Yes, we've tampered and knocked them out as far as their capabilities. But what the problem is
I don't know.
And it just kind of grew. Marshall, can I just finish, please, first? Thanks. It was like a game of whack-a-mole. That whole radical Islamic ideology, it's encompassing them so much, and that just goes from Iraq then to Afghanistan, or it was Iraq, sometimes Syria, sometimes, and then Afghanistan, and now we're in Iran. I am worried that if they are not able to get rid of that social culture police part of it, that it will just fester and come back up again. That's what I worry about.
Okay, you make a good point because.
Hey, Marshall,
let me say this 100%. Though I'm not for doing the work that the Iranian people have to do to basically cause the regime change. That's not the American military's responsibility right there. And I'm never going to get behind that, because I feel like if you want to get rid of the people that's oppressing you, then you go out and handle your business. And I think that's where, we've weakened them to the point where I don't think Iran has not been this weakened in the last almost 50 years. So I think the people of Iran, if they really want to see that regime change, they've got to bring it forth themselves. So that's not our responsibility right there. Not at all.
Marshall, I was just going to ask you, I know you said you weren't drunk earlier, but are you drunk now? Because I can tell you're a drink.
Oh my God, Jesus.
I'm gonna lie.
I can always tell when Marshall's drinking. He's drinking some liquor.
Are you the clubhouse police?
You just started drinking when we started.
Sid, I put something in the chat. I just want to hear your opinion on it.
Okay, is there anyone else on stage that would like to share their thoughts about Trump's address or exit strategy, or how are we doing? Anything that you want to go to, Leo?
One more point about this speech tonight, too, though. And I know a lot of people will disagree with this. But what I do believe that he was doing was basically damage control message-wise, because a lot of people, you see a lot of the different mainstream media news outlets saying, well, we don't know his plan. You're not supposed to know his fucking plan, number one. And they're saying all these different types of stories. And to me, it's a confusion operation that they, obviously, Democrats, other lefticals were trying to put forth. And I think with this tonight, because he is not saying anything that we didn't already know. Okay? And when you look at the fact of, I think what a lot of us here in this room are intelligent about is we're keeping up daily with what's going on. So I think he did it for those people that are not quite as educated about what's going on with Iran and, you know, particularly what we are there for and what we want to do to get out. So I think it was for them and not per se for people like us who are, you know, well-informed, who is about, agree with it. I think that's what this was tonight about, because it was a nationwide cast. That's just my personal opinion on that. Who cares? But I think that's what he was doing tonight, because he really didn't say anything that we didn't already know as well-informed people.
I just want to say something real quick. She posted a link saying it's 3 weeks to a nuke and imminent threat. That link you posted, all it says is Iran could and Iran can. Nothing there says Iran is. And 3 weeks, I just posted a video if you want to check it out of Netanyahu since 1995 saying the same thing. They're only 3 weeks away, they're only a couple months away. Since 1995, brother, he's been saying the same thing. So again, please post something that is confirmed, not what coulda, woulda, shoulda been, but confirm. You have yet to do that.
All right, fair enough, Sig. I would agree that it maybe hasn't been posted yet. But with that said, we know for a fact that they definitely had ballistic missiles. There's no question about that. We also know for a fact that they had enriched uranium. These are two facts. It was enriched up to 60%, 60-something percent. And I'm under the impression that typically, you know, they want it enriched up to like 90+% to make a quote unquote dirty bomb. Well, not a dirty bomb, but a nuclear bomb. But they could make a dirty bomb with that 60-something percent. They absolutely could. And so when you combine that, you combine the fact of our forces in the region. You know, I think there's a clear and present danger. It's hard to argue with that logic, bro. All the ingredients are there. It's right there, you know, staring us in the face. So, clear and present danger, bro.
Right, but Anthony, that's what I was saying. Ballistic missiles are different from intercontinental ballistic missiles. And the claim was that Iran had ICBMs, and I posted a link in the chat showing no intelligence agency has confirmed. So again, we're talking about the imminent threat, and I'm basing this off of all of Trump's rhetoric during his campaign rallies. No more regime change wars. No more new wars. No more endless wars. No more sending our sons and daughters over there to lose their lives for these bullshit wars. This is quote what Trump has said several times in 4K. I mean, you're talking tens and tens and tens of videos of him saying this. So again, it went from them being a nuclear threat, and then Trump came out and said that nuclear threat has been obliterated. Then we go back on that. Now they're back to being a nuclear threat again, and then they turn into a regime change war, right? We got to help the Iranian people that are being persecuted by the IRGC. So now that it's switched to a regime change war, what happened to all your campaigning saying America's not interfering with regime change wars in the Middle East? That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of inconsistencies,
I think he said the site was obliterated, not their entire capabilities to be obliterated.
He said, okay.
So the IAEA came out, I believe, there's a lot of different reports, but early in the early 2000s, warned about different things, but I can't remember if it's 2004, 2007, somewhere in there, the IAEA came out and issued a report that they had two separate areas that were not disclosed. Okay, so now we just take the two areas that were not disclosed that the IAEA warned about and said these need to be inspected. Do you think, since let's just call, I don't care, go to 2015, do you think honestly that within the last 10 years that they maybe couldn't have went deeper than we thought, that they maybe didn't start another facility somewhere when the IAEA found out about the other two? So the fact that they had two that they never disclosed tells us they're completely willing. No intelligence knew about it right away until somehow the IAEA found out. But these are the things that we talk about when we want to talk about what we know, what we can verify. Again, that's the problem. If you wait till something's verified, it could be too late. Now, we also know that they warned back in the mid-2000s. I can look up the year. I think I actually put it in the chat from an IAEA report. I put the whole report in, as a matter of fact, in the chat, that they were warning a decade or 15 years ago that, hey, they can make it. Within 3 weeks, they can be there if they're ambitious. Now, that's the stuff that we don't know whether they did or not. But what we can do is say we know there's potential, and with potential comes risk. And you give them that opportunity to do it. They've talked to you. Listen to the military strategists talk about it. What would happen if they were to have that in the Middle East? What they could do to their neighbors, and that's the thing that we have to look at. I'm going to tell you. Somebody else brought this up earlier. Trump didn't go in the first time, right? He didn't. Now he came in this time, and he's literally following Hillary's playbook. And I doubt that he just decided, I want to get, he knows, he talked about it. And everybody, there's Democrats that have known him for years who say, no, the dude's been against Iraq. He was against going in, didn't care about it, didn't talk about it, weapons of mass. He was absolutely against it. But all of a sudden he did this time, which tells me that there's something that was there. And again, I will say this. Hillary said this: we will defend our allies and we will use military force to do so. We have to protect all allies.
She didn't even defend her own workers. Excuse me, Benghazi.
Right.
One thing that I find interesting is everyone's like, it's been 3 weeks, 4 weeks, right? When it's 5 weeks, people are going to complain it's 5 weeks and then whatnot. So I looked up some facts about the 2011 Libya intervention. Like, why did it occur? You know, aspects of the operation, time zone, who were the players in this? And it literally says, Mods, can you bring up someone from the audience, please? It says it was to prevent a massacre. Gaddafi's forces were threatening to unleash no mercy on civilians, specifically targeting cities like Benghazi and Misrata. Sounds familiar. We can mirror that going in Iran. Humanitarian mandate by the UN Security Council. To take all measures to protect population. All right, there's definitely a humanitarian concern there. And then the other reason was supporting Arab Spring protests. Obama sought to prevent the collapse of democratic movements in neighboring Egypt and Tanzania, and to support Libyans seeking democratic reform. Iranians are seeking democratic reform. And then it says, team regional instability. The administration believed a humanitarian crisis in Libya would trigger a mass refugee issue and threaten regional stability. Okay, well, regional stability is an issue as well, and look at the oil market for that. So from his first, I think it was like March 9th, I read somewhere, until his first speech was about, I think, 2 weeks later, and then a week after that, he spoke to UN, he had to do the UN mandate speech. But from the beginning, first bomb to near the end of it, it was 9 months. So if you compare the two, they're very similar, unless I'm reading this wrong. I'm not, the history buff here, but I don't understand the lack of patience when it comes to this operation. Understanding what the operation now was in Libya, they're very similar. And where is it located again? The Arab Gulf nations. So here we go again, another whole, concern of regional stability. So I don't understand why there's such a lack of patience with it. It just doesn't make any sense.
It took 11 weeks. It took 11 weeks for us to get Kosovo to back down. Kosovo's a fraction. I mean, it's tiny compared to it. 11 weeks. And here we are literally dismantling an entire military in a few weeks. And we're doing it. We're not just going in and just hammering them either. These are very, very accurate strikes. And we had a strike on a school. It freaking stopped, right? But what did they say? Yeah, it was a former military, facility they're claiming or whatever, and that's why they had it marked. Okay, so bad shit does happen. It sucks. Everybody here, I don't know a single soul who is like, yeah, let's bomb kids. Let's bomb. All of us are happy as hell. We're not taking down buildings.
Well,
love it. Why? Because the Iranian people are happy as hell we're there. So we don't want to kill them. They're okay with some of them dying. They've said that. If some of us have, if we died trying to get free, it's worth it, right? But the problem is 11 weeks for Kosovo. I'll tell you what. Say it takes the whole 90 days or whatever he can do. Hey, if he knocks them out, they get a regime change, or he fractures the regime of itself and some come up, maybe he legitimately is having negotiations with somebody in the regime to bring them up and help them come up. Great. Awesome. I'm not going to panic about it if it goes a little longer. I also don't believe that he said, I'm going to be sending in ground forces. They're sending them to the Middle East. You do that because what if Israel's going in? Well, now they need support. They need support at home. They need support around. So there's a lot of reasons. Go ahead.
Yeah. Options and threat. So I'm reading Mr. Ben. He's my clubhouse friend. He doesn't know it yet. He doesn't take ownership of me yet, but he is my clubhouse friend because I said so. I can basically take his sentence that he said. Basically, Trump decided to cause chaos. I literally could drop in Obama and say the exact same thing. Basically, Obama decided to cause chaos, mayhem, death, destruction, disruption, dissension, depletion of resources, and decades of hatred and mistrust from friends and foe in the Middle East and beyond.
Continuance of Iraq and Afghanistan.
I literally could say the exact same thing about Obama in regards to Libya. The issue is because Iran is on the forefront. We have Middle Gulf War, OIF, and Afghanistan PTSD as a nation. We had too many flag-draped coffins coming home. So our tolerance from that, we are very stigmatized and activated when we even think of a single boot on the ground, which I personally completely understand that. But it's not fair, in my opinion, to be able to say, oh, we demand more we demand to know all the intel and information now, and you need to validate it now before you do anything else. That's just it's not reasonable in my mind. Are there some facts that could be shady or not put together? Yeah. Should we ask questions? Absolutely. But to even think with what happened in Libya is kind of parallel correlation now I'm looking into the details, and it's 9 months. Right, and we're in 3 weeks. Go ahead, Mr. Right-minded.
I'm gonna say that Ben is always, and I'm taking a little jab at him now because I haven't done this in a long time. But he always acts like Trump fucked this girl or something. He hates Trump to the utmost. And what I want to ask him is, you have a right to your opinion, no matter how moronic it is. But when you look at previous engagements from previous administrations, you've never seen anything this spectacular tactically to take out an entire country's military capabilities, pretty much their naval, air force, and missile capabilities in less than a month. And you're saying this is chaotic? I find you guys to be comical because your hatred for Trump, and again, you're a functioning human being, but when it comes to Trump, you guys are imbeciles. And you think that just because you can type mean things about it means that it's correct, and it's not. You have zero evidence of this thing being chaotic. From a military perspective, a lot of military people, I'm super smarter than you and I will ever be militarily, have said this is one of the most strategic operations they've seen, period. But you go ahead and say it's chaotic. You guys are morons.
Mr. Rightmind, can I just make a statement to you? I would like to say that if Donald Trump came out today and said he found an immediate cure to cancer, CNN and all the haters in the chat would say, how dare Trump take away the right of someone to die from cancer? That's what would happen. It doesn't matter what Trump does positively for the country. It's the fact that they're upset about it came from an individual that has been labeled in a community of Democrats, community of socialists, and just individuals that have internal hatred for America, that no matter what the outcome is, they just gotta hate on someone. And that's just my dumb opinion, sir.
So just going back on what you were talking about, KK, we can go back and look. Before the election, Obama said we shouldn't preemptively go into anywhere, but then yet we did Libya in 2011. We went into Pakistan, Yemen, Somalia, went into Syria. And as a matter of fact, he was prepared. He had military action ready to go, but was relying on negotiations and diplomacy, right? So he was literally preparing to go strike them. Now, for whatever reason, he decided not to. He was happy with whatever they had agreed upon, supposedly. But the fact is presidents can tell you one thing when you're running for office. When you're in office and you're getting daily updates, it's a little different story. So it's hard to say, oh, he said that he would no new wars. Well, if intelligence comes in, would you want a president who said, I campaign no new wars? I don't care if they fire missiles at us. I don't care if they fire a nuke at us. We're not going to war. Let's be logical. Okay, we have no idea. But the bottom line is we can't use the whole, we shouldn't be starting these things, Trump this and Trump that when other people did it. I mean, we literally went in and took out a guy. We took out a guy because he was trying to get away from the central banks. That's why we killed Gaddafi. We were in on it. Everybody knows it. Then we allowed him to sodomize him with the freaking butt of a gun. These are the types of things that we just ignore happen under other people. And if it happened here, they would be pissed because one of our soldiers did it to whoever the new leader is, right? So they would be out in the streets protesting for him. The bottom line is you, me, nobody here knows what an imminent threat is. What do we say? Go listen to Mark Rubio. Mark Rubio said it perfectly. He outlined the exact reason for going in, and he said, you listen to me. This is why we're there, and this is our objective. That's all you need to know, right? Listen to him. Trump's going to say everything. I love it because Trump literally goes out there, raises a hellstorm, so everybody targets him. The rest of his team can go do what they need to do.
No,
that's what a leader does. Here, I'll take the heat. Come on. Yeah, let me scream at me. Claim that I raped girls, but for 4 years, you had your DOJ try to put me in jail for 57 different other reasons. But you knew I raped a little girl, supposedly, and you didn't arrest me? Tells me a little something suspicious.
Yeah, I get. So again, what's Tulsi Gabbard's position, current administrative position?
Director of National Intelligence.
Okay, so you would think as a director, that's the top dog of national intelligence, she would be privy to what's going on as far as intelligence goes, right? That'd be the top dog.
Yeah, she would have to know, but is she required to declare that to you and I and to the media?
Okay, so then I just put a link in the chat of her testifying in Congress under oath.
Again, she can be, okay, go ahead.
Okay, so we're under oath now. We're under oath. So I just put a link in there where she clearly says Iran is not a threat. Okay, so again, the director, now this ain't just some Joe Schmo intelligence agent or whatever the case. If that was the case, I'd be like, okay, whatever it is. But you're talking about the top dog, the tip of the spear as far as intelligence. We would assume that she's privy to everything, and she goes in front of Congress and testifies that Iran is not a threat. So again, I find it weird that after Trump gives her shit, the person who's supposed to know everything about U.S. intelligence, everything comes across her desk, that she changes her mind a week later after Trump gives her shit. It's just something's off. And again, when we talk about comparing the length of a war compared to Libya or whatever, again, that's not my argument. My argument is going based off what Trump said, is that this should only last a few weeks, and we're going to hit them hard and hit them back to the Stone Ages. Apparently, we did hit them hard. We've hit them very, very hard. Okay, we killed several of their leaders several times, and yet they are still a threat. That should send out a clear bat signal that, hey, something is wrong. There's some level of incompetency or something's not right as far as the reporting of intelligence. I'm only going off of what these people say. So again, funny how for years we've gotten on Biden, we've gotten on Obama, we've gotten on Hillary, we've gotten on Bill, we've gotten on all these Democrats for lying to the American people. And clearly I have posted a bunch of evidence in the chat showing that they're lying, and now everybody wants to turn a blind eye and act like lies are no big deal now. This is weird.
What is it?
And everybody is rioting.
Question for you right there, Sig, because you said in the same statement
legal treaty and obligations.
Tulsi Gabbard said they weren't a threat. Then when we bombed the shit out of them, you're saying now that they are still a threat. Like you literally just said that.
No, that's not what I said. That is not what I said.
You said when we bombed them, you said we bombed them and they're still a threat, though. You literally just said that.
You didn't just say that.
Yeah, listen again. I'll repeat myself. Tulsi Gabbard is the one who testified under oath in front of Congress, and I put the link in the chat that Iran was not a nuclear threat. Then she changes her mind, and she says a week later after Trump gives her shit that now all of a sudden they're a threat. So which one is it? And again, this is the director of national intelligence. So again,
I believe that the questions were kind of like, if you actually read the transcript of those questions, and I've looked them up from earlier because I remember you saying that earlier, and I had to look these up because I was like, I understand that. She's like, whether or not you agree with her, she said she doesn't determine the imminent threat part. That's up for the president to decide. She only gives them the intelligence, and that's her role. She doesn't make. She says, "I do not make policy or determination on that. My role is just to provide the intelligence reports or the data, so to speak." But she did state, and if I remember reading it correctly, with the transcripts, was that as a politician, she was definitely anti-war, anti-interventionist. But as DNI, she's basically, she says she doesn't state that they're an imminent threat. She explains what the intelligence reports show, mostly in terms of how it goes from an unlikely threat to a potential or evolving threat. She states in the classified reports that they still were working on missile programs and military capabilities as well as regional actions to ensure the development. But she did cite that she's not trying to take an ideological stance, and she's basically stated that while she doesn't necessarily see that they're launching missiles, the capabilities are that they are still working to develop them and would have the potential to have them before or at 2035. So that's kind of her role. I mean, maybe we're more used to more active DNI people saying, and I mean, in the politics field, like we had, what was it, Clapper and others that would go on CNN and talk all that shit. And I mean, maybe we just don't have, those people anymore that are doing it. She's just taking a different approach. And I think it's how she answers the questions to the questions being asked is, I think we have to take apart. She's really trying to remain a neutral voice and saying, this is just...
People are just now.
One of them is duty to warn. And I wrote it in the chat verbatim. While the president determines policy actions regarding threats, the IC maintains a, quote, duty to warn the administration about potential dangers. So it's about potential dangers, not the imminency of regarding threats within her responsibilities.
But it's
okay,
also,
you look at the NATO agreement in Article 5 of the NATO agreement, it literally says an attack on one is an attack on all and requires legally obligated to engage, right? And then you go further, if you go into the bilateral defense strategies and talk about that, go a little further, goes into the strategic policy and commitments. It is literally shown enemies, the reason that we would go in with military forces to deterrence, showing enemies that attacks on allies will be met with U.S. force. That's in the NATO agreement, right? Forward and presence, military bases abroad, Germany, Japan, South Korea, Middle East, reinforce this commitment. Extended nuclear deterrence, the U.S. guarantees protection under the nuclear umbrella, especially for NATO, Japan, and South Korea, right? Then it says presidential discretion and limitations. The U.S. president is commander-in-chief, so how the U.S. responds can vary by administration. So these are the things when you look at this, we're legally obligated to go in and defend our allies. We can go in preemptively to prevent an attack. And we do it, why? To show that an attack on an ally will be met with U.S. force. This is NATO. This is go ahead.
Who do you consider an ally in this case?
You think it's Iran? I mean, Israel's our ally.
I'm asking, like, who, like, when you say
Israel is our ally.
No,
Israel is our ally.
This is an important piece of information. They're non-NATO members.
Yeah, Israel's not NATO. Saudi Arabia's not. Yeah, go ahead.
Right. Just really quick.
But they're an ally.
Yeah, but that's NATO articles do not apply to Israel.
Yeah,
I know, but my point was with NATO, with an agreement in place, we would go do that. We have an allied relationship with Israel, so doing the exact same is zero surprise.
Yeah, I don't think that would fly. Like if we would invoke this. But here's another thing I just wanted to say. When we're talking about Gabbard and what you said, there are two different instances, right? The first instance, I think, what Zig was referencing to was during her confirmation hearing. I think it was like 2025 when she got confirmed. And then the second one, when she altogether avoided answering that question, she kind of relied on the president's power to determine who is the imminent threat. That was later. I think it was like it was fairly recent. I think it was like in March of this year that did this during either hearings or it was reported that came out of her. So I think what Brad outlined is a fair assessment. Like, she is non-interventionalist just by nature, so she would not ever support any kind of intervention. But on the other hand, she also did not go against the position of the White House.
But again, if you watch the video, she said she testified under oath to Congress that Iran was not building nuclear weapons.
Not in the position yet at all. Like, she had not information. That's her opinion.
So she wasn't DNI chief at the time when she made that statement?
I don't think so. I mean, I can check it, but I think that there are two distinct instances where she said it's not an imminent threat, and then she referenced to the president as to determine who is the imminent threat.
Well, that changes the entire context then. Yeah, that changes the entire context. If she wasn't even in a position to be DNI chief, then she didn't have access to the intel.
She also was speaking probably from an ideological, like, she's always been non-interventionalist. Like, the Democrats are like, how dare you speak against Obama, when she wanted to say, hey, she spoke out against Hillary in terms of, like, the Benghazi stuff and the Libya approach. And she said, this is just wrong. The same thing with Syria with Obama. So she's had a policy of non-interventionist and she really does go against it, saying, like, we can do a better approach in the Middle East. However, when she gets into a role, which I find is really funny with Tulsi and Sig, maybe you get it, she changes her entire persona. She's all about, hey, this is my job. This is what I do. this is something to do. My personal opinions don't go ahead and conflate it. And yeah, she's okay for a Democrat, I guess. I'm sure she'll get out of the administration. They'll ask her and she'll say, I may or may not have agreed with Iran. But she has confirmed that they do and are working for technologies and would have possibly the capability by 2035. So, I mean, I don't know if she's flip-flopping. I think she's walking a tightrope because she cannot inject herself into foreign policy.
I'm reading here, Brad, and it says that she refused to say that there was an imminent nuclear threat. That's what she was saying, is that she would not say that there was an imminent nuclear threat, but that they were worried about that. So,
guy, go ahead, Sig.
Yeah, I was going to say, so she was appointed in February 2025, so she was in the position already, so that's debunked. And again, this all started as Iran being a nuclear threat. So again, let's not try to walk this back and flip-flop again. She was in a position and stated that there were no nuclear weapons. The clip is right there in the chat. You can listen to it for yourself.
So, guys, if you don't, a good friend of mine is in the room. He's on stage right now. His name is Kevin, and he's been wanting to kind of chime in on this. It's his first time to the Political Compass. So, and I was telling him how, we have some of the best conversations on Clubhouse from a conservative perspective. So, Kevin, welcome to the room. Welcome to the Political Compass, and the floor is yours, brother.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm listening to the commentary, and I'm just sitting here thinking that I'll be 47 in a couple of months. And in my opinion, Iran has been a threat for 47 years, all my life, whether it's indirectly, directly, via proxy. They've been a problem that eventually somebody was going to have to deal with. We've been kicking the can down the road. And if you go back to the early 80s, there are interviews of Donald Trump talking about his plan for Iran and giving advice, even down to mentioning Karg Island should be a primary target. So this is something that this has been in his mind for decades on how he would deal with Iran. And every administration has recognized that Iran is a problem. It doesn't matter. I could care less what Joe Kent says. It doesn't matter to me if Tulsi Gabbard says that there's no nuclear threat. They're a threat, period. And I want smoke with any country that chants death to America every day. And so the fact that Donald Trump finally decided to go in after watching 45,000 innocent protesters get stomped out, I'm glad we're doing this, finally. So that's how I feel about it. I keep hearing this guy saying they're not an imminent threat. They are a threat. They've been a threat all my life. And so now it's time to deal with them. Is it deal with them now or deal with them later? Or continue to pay them? Now, the bank is closed for Iran. So that's my opinion. I'm glad we're doing this. I'm glad we're being effective. And most of all, I'm glad we're showing the rest of the world the military might of America. So China can back off. Russia can forget about being froggy and thinking about leaving. They're watching us dismantle this regime strategically. And it's not about regime change as much as it is about regime collapse. They want to collapse the leadership so that the Iranian government can come in and take over. So that's my position on all of this. I think the president did a great job tonight in his speech. He didn't say anything that I didn't think he was going to say. The only thing I was hoping he would not do is give a timeline, and I didn't hear him do that because I know once he does that, then the media is going to hold him to that. And so, if you ask me, I think it's going great.
Yeah, that's really high IQ there. I don't care what the National Director of Intelligence says, but you're willing to dismiss that.
I am willing to dismiss that. You're right.
Wow. Okay. I didn't cut you off, bro. Yeah, I didn't cut you off, bro. I sat there and quietly listened to you, didn't disrespect you and cut you off, man. So again, let's totally dismiss what the National Director of Intelligence says and what she testified to, all because they've been a threat since I was a kid. It makes a lot of sense.
Or it could be Kamala, whose message is just simply don't. Who's going to listen to that?
Actually, Kamala said that she would use force in Iran. Actually, I posted that in the link earlier, her direct quote of her saying that she would use military force against Iran as well. So we've got everybody willing to, everybody saying it, but nobody had the balls to do it. Now we can actually talk about this. There was no imminent threat at the time of Benghazi. There was no imminent threat at the time of 9/11. There's no imminent threat all these other times. We had how many different attacks was there with Iranian proxies between 2019 and 2021? Attacking our soldiers all over. That's only 5 years ago. Okay? So we did nothing about it. So there was no imminent threat. How do we know? Because we sure as hell weren't prepared for it. We had guys just freaking sitting around playing cards, sleeping in their freaking, cot. And all of a sudden they get hit. Again, imminent threat. That's going to be judgment.
Until the ICBM hits the U.S. territory, we can't engage.
The thing is, though, there's a repeated pattern when it comes to Iran. Now, it's horrible that they've attacked our troops. It's horrible that they've attacked embassies, where the Marines were in Lebanon. Now, but there is a very consistent pattern with them. Is that them and their proxies will only target, basically people that are part of that are acting on behalf of the government states or inter-armed forces. They don't. When you say imminent threat, in other words, they're going to they're just going to bomb a random fucking city. They're going to
show us they got an ICBM.
They're going to end up just hurting everyday regular Americans, in some Sunni-style terrorist attack. No, they have not shown that. Have not done that to us. And so,
there's assassination attempts. Well, not attempts, but
no, I've heard of that. I've heard of that.
Yeah. I mean, that's an imminent threat to the country.
I mean, okay, but to be fair, I mean, we've been kind of taking out their leaders too. Obviously we have to, whoever tries to kill our president, we have to take them out.
If they hit Paris, what happens?
They get turned into a glass parking lot, obviously.
There you go.
But I mean, this war was so fucking unnecessary. And here's the thing. This is what's really disappointing about so many of the fucking bootlickers that are going sit here and suck Trump dick and Israeli dick. As a result of after all of this, is Trump ran on something completely different. He said he was criticizing, for the last several years. I know a lot of you are going to say, in the 80s, he was saying, we should shut the fuck up. In the 80s, he was saying that, we should bomb them, we should attack them. But in the last 20 or so years, he was highly critical of us doing anything in the Middle East. But here he goes. When Charlie Kirk was still alive, he was very open about this. A lot of people were fearful of this. It's like, dude, if you do this, I mean, it's a huge can of worms that it could cost a lot of Americans their lives. It could fuck up the economy. It could any allies we have that aren't Israel, of course, it could really fuck up those relationships. And it's like, why are we doing this? What do we even get out of this? Of course, all of the money that we're fucking spending doing this. And what has happened so far? Like he said, it's such a great fucking success. But here he is. He's bitching and in a weird way. It's so he looks like a fucking coward. He's just like, you guys, if you want to enjoy the goods that come from the Strait of the Hormuz, you guys should do something about it. You obviously didn't really take care of the fucking problem because they're still causing a problem on the Strait. I mean, this is fucking bullshit. We did not need to get involved in this fucking shit. One fucking American life is worth the fucking protecting Israel. Like, fuck this shit. But we're gonna sit here and pretend like this is not what's been going on. But I don't know. It's and a lot of you maggots are fucking retarded. Like, you diehard maggot people. I don't understand you people. Like, I'm somebody who's voted Republican my whole life. Okay, but to give your undying loyalty to some bloviating orange fat fuck that you know, calls people pet names and shit. It's fucking weird.
Pepper, you forgot one more name.
Right. Hearing Republicans who had nothing but torches and pitchforks for Hillary Clinton, claiming she needed to be held responsible for the bloodshed in Benghazi because she ignored the cries for help. Okay, imminent danger. They were crying for help, crying for fucking backup, and she fucking ignored it. These same conservatives who were calling for Hillary to get locked up and be held accountable for that bloodshed that could have been prevented, very well prevented, are now taking for Hillary's side. And it's crazy, bro.
It's all right. I don't think anybody. Wait a minute. Nobody. Wait, hold on. Nobody's taking Hillary's side on anything.
No, stop.
I still want her ass locked up because again, you and I both don't leave men there when they're calling for help, and you literally have men and women there too, fighting and trying to keep alive. And they're American soldiers, and they're saying, "Hey, we need help." And you have men on the ground, both in Italy and other areas, saying, "Deploy us, send us," and they get stand-down orders, which apparently really did happen, because multiple units and multiple people years later came out and confirmed that shit. They were saying, "Hey, we were told to find our own way, figure it out. No assistance was coming, not even air support." So yes, Hillary, I don't compare this in the same way. I'm not taking up with Hillary. I think a lot of people are using the comparison of her stance on Iran and the Middle East at large was basically they were following Newland's approach of basically destruction of the East. Bolton wanted to invade Iran. Trump's not taking the Bolton approach. If Bolton was really what kept Iran in check when Trump's first term, because Trump was like, "I'll unleash him on you," and Bolton literally wanted to kill every Iranian. All the Iranians that are saying "I love USA" in Israel today would literally have been crying and begging, "Please stop, please stop. We need help," because Bolton would have went in and demolished them. So I mean, there's differences in policies. Trump is actually being a little bit more creative in regards to Iran. Again, I'll say for 50 years, they have attacked Americans and killed them, and even innocent civilians. They have basically paid for proxy groups. We've tried to bribe them. We've lifted sanctions. We put more sanctions on. We've blockaded them. We destroyed their navy once. We have done a lot of things with Iran and tried multiple avenues. In all, saying, like, what option was really left at this point? Either the next administration was going to have something go on, we'd have another terror attack that would be all traumatic, we'd all watch the news and say thoughts and prayers again, or we're now sending thoughts and prayers with the IRGC. And I get it, we have soldiers that are in harm's way, but you and I both, every veteran on this stage knows that we put boots on. We don't wish to go to war every day. And we hope we come back, and we hope everybody else comes back, but we're also realists. We know that there's a chance we may not be coming home that day, and many do pay that price, and their calls and their answers don't go unheeded. It's the fact that what we do when we sign up, like, you know, that as soon as you put that uniform on, not for a suicide mission. This isn't a suicide mission. Yeah, for Israel it is, bro. Come on, bro.
Well, Israel's sacrificing the blood of Americans, for their goals. So, like, what did they're not sacrificing shit.
Yeah, they're not even putting boots on the ground themselves, bro. They're not even putting boots on the ground themselves for this. This is crazy. They're actually in Lebanon fighting Hezbollah, but I mean,
Lebanon is not fucking. That's not Iran. You can.
It's their proxy crew, dude.
Yes, Hezbollah. There's Hezbollah proxies there for sure, but that's not the same. First of all, if Israel obviously has the most to gain from this war, if you expect our people to put boots on the ground, I don't care what the fuck you have to do. You end up drawing up the fucking call to service. You bring every fucking Israeli citizen, no matter where the fuck they are in the world. You drag their fucking ass into Israel, you get them booted up, and you tell them we're going to war. and you have them go with America at a minimum. They're matched 1 to 1.
Than it would Israel. Mostly starting with Saudi Arabia. It would start with, UAE, Dubai. These nations would actually be the ones that actually benefit the most off of Iran.
How would
they would be able to?
But
Because they would be able to have the contracting agreements. They would walk in there. They would also be helping to stabilize the oil industries. They'd be working with the American companies that were investing in the infrastructure. They're the ones that are going to get first bite at the apple alongside the American companies. And these entities will have it. And Iran, if they do it right, will fall into the fold of OPEC within 5 to 10 years if they actually replace the IRGC and decided to play the economic game with the Middle East. Thus, and because their religion, their ideology more closely aligns with Saudi Arabia, they'll have tighter pacts economically with them, but they don't need.
But I completely disagree, because if we look at Israel, there's one persistent threat that actually stresses their military. Obviously, they can take on much bigger foes than Hamas. They're a bunch of third world retards, but they ended up having to, of course, call in people from all over the world that are Israeli citizens to go into service. It was a hell of a disruption for Israel. Do I think that? I mean, just imagine October 7th. You have, of course, the constant attacks from Hezbollah, Hamas, the people that are funded by Iran towards them. Like, yes, you get Houthis that would go against the fucking Saudis, but they cannot inflict even close to the same kind of fucking damage or carnage, or even financially affect the Saudis in the same way that they affect Israel. And when I say they affect Israel financially, I mean, in other words, they have to basically, large parts of their economy end up having to shut down. They have to have a huge enlistment of people, to fight, Iran's proxies. I mean, and come on, dude. Like, nobody's ever fucking told me that this war obviously benefits Israel the most. I mean, there's nothing controversial about that.
We actually benefit more than Israel because, quite frankly,
oh my God.
What do you mean?
We get first investment opportunities within terms of Iran. Israel is not going to have the economic development sectors to have that. We're going to sit there and go, hey, you know what, Chevron, go in there and take half of that. We're taking that pie or part of the apple. That's why the Iranian people are really retarded that come up here and go, I love fucking America. We're taking half of that shit. Like, that's coming back. We are going to do that. The U.S. will do it regardless of whatever administration is in there. We're taking half. It doesn't matter, liberal, Mandami, it don't fucking matter. Jesus Christ could come in tomorrow. We're still taking half of that shit. So, like, that being said, we're going to have that. The passageways, the straits, they want that to stop attacking. Like, literally every nation in the world wants that channel open. Russia, even though their saber rattling is like, oh shit, yeah, we can have that because we have good ties with Iranians. We're gonna help out. We're rooting for Iran. We've been longtime supporters of the Iranian people. In reality, they've kind of messed around just with the IRGC and forgot the Iranian people. But they're hoping to get a crack at it. China's the only one that's not going to benefit. Israel won't really benefit in the way you did. They'll just get rid of an enemy that they've had a conflict for fucking, 400 years. And they can check that off. But really, the U.S. economically will win that. They'll have the seas. They'll be able to take that on.
We have the fucking seas before we pass them.
73% of all Chinese oil and gas comes out of the Gulf state countries in Iran. 55% of the Gulf states, 18% out of Iran.
Leo, will you be my battle buddy?
73%. We literally will control. Hold on, Stippy. Hold on, just 2 seconds. We will literally control the fucking water spigot to China.
Leo, will you be my battle buddy?
Yeah, I'm 40, so I got 2 years left as long as this done.
I have a question for Sig.
Sig can answer. He's a grown ass man. He'll answer it.
Yeah. So KK mentioned that we have boots on the ground, or Israel has boots on the ground in Lebanon, and your response to that was, well, Lebanon is not as big a threat as Iran. So by that statement, we can assume that you do see Iran as a threat.
No, sir.
To Israel.
So to Israel, again, this whole night it's just been.
He just hates Israel.
That's what I'm saying, bro. It's like this whole night has just been misquote what I'm saying, put words.
No. I repeated what you said verbatim. You said Lebanon is not as big as a threat as Iran. And so my question is simple. No, that's not. You didn't say Israel. You said they're not as big as a threat.
No, it's Israel. Lebanon's not a threat to us. They're a threat to fucking Israel. And Israel.
Common sense and shade. Context of what I was talking about was Israel not putting boots on the ground.
Hold on 1 second. Guys, stop that cutting off shit when people are talking. Sig and Kevin are cooking. Everybody else mute up and let these two cook with each other. We don't need nobody else giving that outside opinion about what Sig and Kevin have going on. Go ahead, Sig.
You can respond after. Yes, thanks, Ms. Right-Minded. So, yeah, Kevin, to answer your question, again, the context of my statement was that we are sending American troops into a fucking depth with Karg Island, okay, in the coast of Iran, okay. So we're putting boots on the ground. Yet Israel's such a great ally, and this and that, they're not even willing to put boots on the ground. So again, Lebanon, and Vikings' response was, well, they're tied up with Lebanon, right? Okay, Israel is a bigger threat to Iran compared to Lebanon based off of the 30 Benjamin Netanyahu claiming out of his own mouth, and I put the clip in the chat as well, I can repost it, him saying that Iran was the biggest threat to Israel. So I'm just going off of what Benjamin Netanyahu's been saying for 30 years. Not once has he came out and said that Lebanon was this big, huge freaking threat. So in my common sense, rubbing my two brain cells together, I would think all these years you've been saying how much of a threat Iran is, especially when it comes to having nuclear warheads and being an imminent threat to Israel, you would say, okay, let's put Lebanon on a pause here, and let's go ahead and ramp up and take out this threat we've been saying is the biggest threat to us for the last 30 years. That's just my logic.
So my question simply is, though, do you see Iran as a threat at all?
To who?
Anybody. Try anybody. I'm just curious.
Well, okay, if you're going to be as broad as anybody, then the answer is yes.
Okay,
so it's not making sense.
So you don't think that they are a threat to the U.S. in any way, shape, or form? I'm just trying to understand.
Okay, I don't think they're an imminent threat where regards the action that we're taking now to send troops in.
So an imminent threat, but I guess there's levels to it then. So you do think that they are a threat? That's my initial question.
I mean, yeah, they're going to be a threat.
That was it. It's simple. Simple question.
In order to justify our fucking response,
Wait a minute. Goddamn minute.
I wasn't talking to you. I was not talking to you.
Talk when these two were talking? What the hell is going on with you guys, man? Damn, shut the fuck up and let these two cook. Yeah. Now, you know I have no problem putting any one of you people in the shut the fuck up section if you're going to cut these people off like that. This is a good conversation that the room wants to hear. Bottom line, go ahead. Was it Kevin or Steve that was talking like?
No, I'm finished. No, I just had that question before the cheerleaders started chiming in.
Okay, so yeah, Kevin. So yeah, I ran.
Put your pom-poms down.
Yeah, anybody that screams death to America, it's a threat. Just like if I scream death to Kevin, I would be a threat. Now the question is it an imminent threat? And it's the same logic we use in the United States when we talk about concealed carry. All right, there's a difference between a threat and an imminent threat. So if Kevin, you're in Florida somewhere and you call me on the phone and say, I'm going to kill you, Sig, I can't go out to you and shoot you and use lethal force because the law dictates you have to be an imminent threat. Now, if you're in my face, you have a butcher knife in your hand or a gun in your hand, and you're 2 feet away from me, and then you're screaming I'm going to kill you, Sig, at that point, you're an imminent threat, and that makes a difference of whether I can engage with deadly force. And that's the same logic that I'm...
Okay, and the reason I asked that is because the rhetoric I'm hearing is that Iran is not a threat at all, and nobody should be bothering them, and we shouldn't, none of this should be happening. And so I was just trying to surmise, are they a threat or not? And you answered that question, so thanks.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, my whole argument has been an imminent threat, and there's no proof whatsoever, because everybody that has debated me on the stage tonight, they've been saying they're an imminent threat, and everything that they've been sharing in links is Iran could and can and this and that, and I posted a link showing that actual intelligence reports show there's no confirmation that they're an imminent threat. So I'm still waiting on any evidence anybody has showing where it's been confirmed that they're an imminent.
Well, sick, dude.
IA and Mossad both come out and say yes, they have intercontinental ballistic missiles that can reach Los Angeles or New York. You're gonna be like, oh, it's fucking WMD shit. It's Iraq. And I mean, like, Sig wants to get on a plane, fly to fucking Tehran, walk down to the bunker, and like physically inspect the ICBM and be like, all right, now we can engage.
That's not true. Yeah. So way to be hyperbolic there,
exactly
Rich.
Right.
But again,
that's what you said.
All I'm asking for is that some type of now, if Tulsi, if some type of intelligence report, other intelligence. Okay, you can't tell me what's bullshit.
You got
again,
duped into fucking one over there in Iraq, and that's why you're pissed off, and you don't want to believe anything they say.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever, Rich. So again, let me state my claim to respond to you. So again, nobody has shared anything that has confirmed. It's all shoulda, woulda, coulda, can and would and could and all that. You gonna let me finish, Rich?
Yeah.
Jesus
Go
fucking
ahead.
Christ, man. Jesus fucking
Rich, you gotta stop, man.
Okay. Yeah.
Stig, would you accept? All right, you said imminent threat. You wanted proof that Iran is dangerous to us. Would you consider the Iranian attack on the U.S. base in Qatar a major attack? 14 missiles were fired. Others impacted, injuring soldiers. Attack on 2026, the tanker owned by U.S. companies. They sent explosive boats. Ship was caught on fire. One crew member was set afire.
Funding proxies.
That was actually Iranian Navy. And then they did backed by the Houthis. It's been confirmed, and this is coming from the Mediterranean. A lot of the companies that exist out there, the insurance brokers, they have on record 100 plus vessels, including U.S. vessels that were sank and sailors killed to the tune of millions, billions of dollars in settlements, and that was just in the last 3 years. And then you have various, U.S. and allied targets continuing in Iraq, Syria region. You have those proxy warfares that were actually directly funded, and we tracked the money that came from Obama's plane ride with cash. And then you do have the ongoing attacks currently, and then you have the base where Iran targeted in Saudi Arabia and killed 12. So would that can be considered that they are a threat to U.S. because they're attacking Americans both at sea and in other nations that, quote, Saudi Arabia was not an enemy to Iran? Would you accept? No, this was, all of those attacks were before.
Bro, this is like a pro-Hamas argument.
Hey, Sig. We were just talking, Kim, about imminent threat, about, if he has a butcher knife or stuff like that. Well, what if he's like Kevin Hart size? Because by stature, if the individual isn't higher body mass, technically he's not an imminent threat. Even if he imposes harm to you, you're able to defeat yourself. So I just wanted to.
Yeah, the point that I'm trying to make, Steppy, is that, again, Iran is responding to us meddling in their shit. It's not, now if they just came out of the blue, and yeah, I'd be like, oh yeah, fuck them up, man, fuck them up hardcore, go ham on them motherfuckers. But again, I can't negate the fact that we went over there and started fucking with them. They weren't fucking with us until we went over there and started fucking with them unprovoked. And it was over the fact that, again, if we use the same logic on a micro scale with ourselves, again, Steppy, you had your own property, your own sovereign property, and you were doing your thing to build your property up and become successful, this and that, and I came over there and I put a stop to it so I could benefit, sir, you would have a problem with that.
Yo, Sig, do you support Russia or Ukraine? Do you think that America should support Russia or Ukraine?
America should stay, America.
But you guys don't understand Sig. Well, like clearly we shouldn't be supporting nobody. What we should be supporting is American citizens. Like America first means I would like to hear. This is crazy. Like it's crazy because guys admit it.
All you motherfuckers, hold on. Stop that shit, man. I'm telling you now. I'm asking you guys one more time. Everybody has a chance to speak in this room. This ain't like the mother fight room like that, but when you guys start talking over each other, you loud my motherfucker sound like that. Nobody understands that shit. Glad you were saying something that I think remain calm. Whoever it was, just give each other at least respect.
Yeah, bro. I see that. So I asked Sig a question. I would like to hear from Sig or redrum, not from Pepe. I would like to hear from Sig because I asked Sig a question because Sig he made the last statement, and I said, so since we're talking about support and where support should go, do you believe that America? And again, I saw him respond to Redrum's statement saying, "Oh, we should take care of our own citizens." Great, I do believe in that. But ideologically, Sig, do you mind if I ask you, if you had to make a choice into what country you support right at this moment, would you pick Russia or would you pick Ukraine?
Because I don't give a fuck. Just like we have to fight on. Look what just happened. Trump called for help from our quote-unquote allies, and nobody stepped up to the fucking plate, bro. So I'm tired of supporting allies that don't support us. We need to become sovereign. We need to become isolationist. We need to take care of our own. So the $200 billion that Pete has said, just answer, you know how far $200 billion can go to help America? We got nothing.
You never gave us $200 billion. You gave us old weapons and old equipment that you called $200 billion. You never gave us cash, okay? And we're fucking up one of your main fucking adversaries. And you're fucking welcome, because Pooper is not your fucking friend. You're welcome.
My God.
Who is this? I don't know.
You guys are listening. This is fucking weird. You weren't listening, bro. You were so ready to just jump off and respond. You didn't even listen to whatever. Nothing about $200 billion over there. What I said is that the $200 billion that Pete had said, just requested from Congress, and said it's possibly going to slide up to be even more. Again, we need nobody stepping up to the plate. Is it true or not that Trump just asked for our quote-unquote allies to step in and give us a hand, and it was fucking critical?
Actually, didn't Ukraine say that we're gonna give you anti-fucking Sashid fucking drone technology? And Trump said, oh, we don't want that. And even though they probably still took it, but it looks great to be like, yo, we don't need it, but they're still using it.
We're supplying Ukraine with all their fucking.
And we're supplying you right the fuck up.
Hey, you sound like an angry
Bro, your voice, I can't hear words from your voice.
Yeah. Who's this angry Ukraine?
My fucking thread is because we've been supplying them, bro. If we didn't supply Ukraine with anything, they didn't done already, bro.
Right? Do you remember when Donald said that Ukraine is gonna fall in 3 days? It's been 1,500 days.
How much U.S. money is
You're just rushing it.
You sound. I'm not even. You, sir. Let me go ahead and just block you for the rest of your life. You'll never.
But again, remain. I mean, everything you're saying is hogwash, brother. Again, you understand how many billions of dollars we've dumped in Ukraine? How many?
You must know better than me. You might. I was really impressed. That's why I actually.
Yeah, well, let him finish though.
Thread and they did. You know how many of their I mean, they got citizens, bro.
You really don't know better than me, then. You're not even.
Okay, I got a couple of things here. First, Trump never said that Ukraine would fall in 3 days. He said, and I quote verbatim because I can pull the actual fucking quote, which is really easy. Google's a thing. Is that without U.S. support, Ukraine would have fallen within a matter of days, 3 or 4, and then he changed it to a few weeks at best. That was his direct quote. And yeah, that's true. Like, you needed money. Zelensky went through 90% of those resources faster than anybody ever anticipated, to the point where Biden was even arguing with Zelensky about how he was spending it and how his generals were basically throwing everything at a wall and not utilizing resources appropriately. And Biden had trouble getting the rest of Europe to chip in at the extent. And to be fair to you, yes, it was older equipment. Yes, it was still on par with what the Russians were throwing at you. And yes, Biden did block aid that wanted to be released.
As of the end of 2025, you contributed 69 billion. Germany had done 13 billion, and we'd done 10 billion. Yeah, so pro rata, you know, and
still isn't.
Look, well, no, it's never going to be as much because you're that much bigger economy. But no, I don't want to get bogged down in that. I just wanted to make one point that if we assume, that there is an imminent threat, looking at it from a different end of the telescope, that then leads to, the nuclear weapons last year. That obviously did complete and succeed. So here we go again. What I can't quite get my head around, and it's not a criticism, it's just an observation, is that in order to absolutely make sure that is completely destroyed, if it exists, how do you do that without getting boots on the ground? And in the same way, when Trump, I think he's a bit of a stretch to say there's a regime change that's happened. Yes, the leader was killed, and other leaders are being killed, but for 1 minute I don't think that Iran's not prepared for that. So how are you really going to do a regime change and the people don't look as if they're uprising without boots on the ground? So the regime change, and because if you want, you were talking about, oil companies from America going in there, Well, that ain't going to happen under this regime. So you are going to genuinely not just kill the leader, but you are going to have to change the regime. And you're going to have to, how do you verify they haven't got any more nuclear material without going in on the ground? That's just...
Once drained, the beans are layered into bamboo steamers. For 2 full hours, one traditional Shechin, the steam permeates every grain. There is no shortcut here. The heat must be steady, turning the firm beans into a delicate, flowery mass that carries the scent of the summer harvest.
You need to comply with this. Go ahead. And if you are going to do regime change, there's a couple things. The key word is change. Who in Iran are you going to put it to? Pahlavi? He's been 30 years in Maryland drinking Starbucks, eating cheeseburgers. He's not going to do shit. He can't unite them. They'll have internal fighting. That fucker will be lucky if he lasts a week before somebody in Iran kills him. That'll be really fucking quick. How are you going to back the Sunnis and get them to temper down because they fucking go mass jihad? How do you actually hold against Turkey's northern or southern aggression, which it's just dying at that point, which we know they're a NATO alliance, but Turkey's like that bastard child that we just really have a hard time with, that we never quite know if they're going to be good or bad. And Turkey really does want that territory. I mean, most of you have missed that mark about Turkey just sitting there watching and waiting. And that's the scarier threat, is if Turkey decided we're going to leave NATO and become our own and we're going to control this massive region, how do we deal with Turkey at that point? Should we go in and invade it? Should we attack it? Is it a broader war? So I don't know if Trump means full regime change or more of, I'm just going to change the leader until I get regime compliance or I get Iran's government to capitulate to the United States interests and leave the straits open and allow the shipping. Now, we can go through the laundry list, which is really extensive, on attacks on U.S. ships, both civilian, private, commercialized sites, contracting areas that exist around the countries, and various other ones that Iran has done for 50 years. We have it. There is a blood toll. Like, I'm okay with bombing the shit out of them because I think it's about time, and we've had a lot of American blood spilled by Iranian hands. And Savies with the impression, like, well, we fucked around with them because we supported Israel. To be fair, the Iran-Israel conflict has been going on fucking far longer than the U.S. involvement in there. So that one's not necessarily a new thing. Like, it started after World War II, and the U.S. was not really involved in that escapade there. So that negates that viewpoint for at least me. But if you're talking regime change, you have to have somebody to put in change. Who is the leader in Iran that can literally take the majority of that country and bring it into prosperity, or at least give it some semblance of government, while dealing with all the shifting groups, tribal dynamics that exist there, as well as provide some semblance as a platform to launch off and provide stability within that nation?
I have no idea.
No one does, because there's no one there that's rising up. You even hear Iranians going, give us Pahlavi. We want the son of the Shah, or the grandson, or whatever he is. We want him to come back. Really? Okay, his father wasn't fucking great, but okay. And he's not been in Iran for 30 fucking years. He grew up on Starbucks, McDonald's, watching Netflix, chilling with...
Right, but he's not claiming that he's going to be a leader. He said that he's going to be a transitional figure. He doesn't want to be of any importance politically. He just wants to be, what about 30 or 40,000 people who were killed? They were protesting all over Iran. I mean, let's not forget it. The main difference in the analysis that I think people run into sort of a dead end with comparing it to Iraq to Iran or Libya is that it's not the same type of category of the country. It already had a pro-Western infrastructure before Ayatollahs came in and kind of took over and created this theocratic regime. So they do have institutions there that can take over once there's a power vacuum absent of ayatollahs. So it's not the same as Iraq. It's not the same as Libya. It's not the same as any of the countries in that area. And this is why I think Israel is very receptive to having them turn, because they will be one of the main allies for Israel, because they're going to be very similar in terms of their structure, their government structure. But another thing, Zik, I want you to consider that Iran is not the end goal. Iran in itself is part of the larger strategy that has to do with China.
I think he was going to say. I think he was going to say China. Andre, you went on mute. But Brad, I was going to mention. The Shah was a really lovely guy. You should look at the documentary where he spent $1 trillion in today's money on a birthday party, built an entire city in the desert. I love the Shah. He was amazing.
Must have been a hell of a party.
Oh my God, dude! He flew in elephants and freaking built entire cities, and it was crazy. That's one of the reasons that it started getting people pissed off at him.
You sound like you was there.
No, I watched the documentary, you fucking drunk.
Oh, okay, alright.
Jesus Christ. It's not even Saturday, Kendo.
Alright, bitch. Shut up, bitch.
It's fucking 6 sheets to the window.
Yeah, but you know what?
Yeah,
I'm better seats to the window than you, bitch.
Brooks. Go watch Foster Brooks, Kendo.
Not too much on Kendo. Kendo, I like a lot.
No, what's up, Brad?
How you doing, bud? I will say this, Andre, I get your point. The long-term strategy is to kind of impact China. I still am not looking at China as a overall threat. I think, honestly, people say, they have fear that they'll invade Taiwan. I don't see that happening. Unless, of course, maybe they could get ballsy. It'd be interesting to see what they do. But I honestly think Japan would take them on. And Australia together have signed an agreement with the Philippines to protect Taiwan. So that's a pact that's just not going to win on China's front.
Just to kind of, it's not militarily that they are a threat to the United States. It's been going on since probably 70s and 80s. It's an attempt to provide an alternative to a free market model with something that they call a hybrid, socialism, free market system. The Davos is all about that. There have been papers written in I forget the guy's name right now, but he's one of the economists who went through the London School of Economic, that Fabian Society bullshit. And so it's
Milton Friedman.
Yeah, that's the guy. So it's an idea that there's going to be an alternative to the United States. The whole idea behind the multipolar world is to create dissent within the ranks of the sort of hegemony that the United States has created in the world trade. They're a bigger threat in that respect, not just militarily. I mean that's kind of they're not going to try to fire missiles or anything at the United States allies. It's a soft takeover.
Yeah, even there, maybe they could be successful. I think that's a long-term gain. I don't know if China could actually pull it off economically. I mean, internally, their economy is wonky on the best of days. I'll give it a par. And what people often cite is just Beijing. They don't really go. Maybe they'll throw in Hong Kong, but they don't really take a look at the nation at large. They just mainly focus on Beijing. So I'm not even sure that they even have the economic might to do that soft takeover like you're describing. But I mean, yeah, I see the threat there. Maybe they could. Maybe it's a slow crawl. Maybe they are doing piecemeal. Maybe they'll be successful. I don't know. I mean, they have a close competitor that's also trying to do economic gains, and they're doing it in resource-rich areas, which is a neighbor that really hates them, and they're called India. So, and I think they're going to be a bigger global power player than people realize going forward. I think I kind of watch what they do, and the way they're working in Afghanistan, the way they're working in Africa is kind of, it's unique. They're not doing it with a lot of complaints. They're just building shit and doing absolutely nothing and getting trade for it, and they're making their inroads there. But we'll see how they develop, because India could fuck it up too.
No, I was just saying, my business is energy efficiency technologies, and I do get all my technologies from China. And one of them is not just the price, it's if changes need to be made, they really are service orientated. So they react
Service orientated in China.
You think the more technological advanced, China or Israel? Which country do you think is more?
Oh, that's a good question, actually, because China have been very good at copying. Yeah. So it's more a question of I've always had to take the technology to China and go, make that for me. And I don't really know that much about Israel, but they're not. They are forward thinking, I think, from a technology point of view.
Hi, Johnny.
So that's a difficult question. China, the advantage of China is I can go, that is what I want you to make, and they make it cheaply, and their factories are amazing. So they're all geared up. They've been very clever, but I don't say that they necessarily, in every department anyway, have the same level of innovation as the US does, for sure.
Yes.
Just finishing up a chopped salad and beer.
One of the pavement apes that came up and said that, but he gone. Are they trolling? Are they trolling or something like that? Are they trolling? Let me put you in the shut the fuck up section. There you go.
That's number.
I love that.
Andy, he used damn near proper English that time for about 3 seconds, so I was like, okay. I didn't realize he was, kind of a pavement ape at that point. But then when you guys told me about it, I'm back this case.
You're fighting the good fight, Jake.
Yeah, I'm still gonna punch it, and then I'm gonna get.
See, we was all over here tonight, now, Stig. I heard you back there fighting and battling and shit. Like, I was like, look at this.
I thought it was fair because he made me do that in his room earlier. It was
Did you hear his voice? It was like, yeah.
He hung me out to dry. He had me fighting his room, and I'm like trying to work. I'm trying to navigate fucking office meetings and shit like this. And then I'm looking for my fucking car. I'm yelling at people on the fucking clubhouse while looking for my car in the parking garage, which is 9 fucking stories. And I'm like, fuck this asshole. Like the entire time I go on mute, I'm like, I'm gonna fucking smack Sig's beard into the, like, dude, it's 9, it's literally a 9 structure parking ramp, and it has, so there's like 6 different ramps within this 9 structure thing, and you just, like, you take the lift up, and then you're like walking around, and then I'm going up levels and down levels. I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna start from the bottom and walk my way entire up, and I had to go all the way to number 8 where I parked my fucking car. listen, woman, it was there. It kept pointing to the parking garage. I'm like, I know I'm I hit that. I kept hitting the locked door to beep the horn, and I'm like, what the fuck is the...
Panic button. I would love to hear that motherfucker press the panic button. I mean, that would make my day to hear that shit.
Shit. Fuck. I mean, I can find my way. Trust me, no one thinks I'm gay at work. They're actually kind of scared.
That's the best ruse. That's the best ruse. You know, seriously, when you want to rape somebody, press the panic button, and then the dude's like, "I'm here to help a damsel in distress." You're like, "Hey, buddy," and I heard it from a friend.
That was weird.
All right, guys. Well, you have a good night. Mr. Right Mighty, good seeing you.
Sing us out!
Guys.
Bye.
Thank you again for this place.
All day long at Clubhouse. One another day, another victory.
And daddy fat already.
Daddy's home.
Y'all lay out Sig. Sig a happy man now again. So Sig is all going to be happy again. So, you know, lay out Sig with that.
Hell yeah.
I'll call you, brother.
She ain't big enough. She ain't big enough yet, KK, to fit in the little baby clothes y'all sent. But once she does, you'll be the first one to get pictures. So
I appreciate the dialogue, Sig.
Yeah.
The fucking year.
Oh yeah. Okay. I'm going to bed, but I'll send them to you tomorrow. I'm sorry, my bad, baby. Kevin. Good talking to you. Nice to meet you, Kevin. And thanks for the dialogue, brother.
Bye, Kevin.
Respect.
Yes, sir. Hey guys, I'm actually gonna drop off too, man. Gerard, thanks for letting me up. I'm glad I got a chance to tap in.
Another day, another
so,
dollar,
I'll
baby.
definitely be back.
Always a pleasure, brother.
Great
Always a pleasure.
Oh, Kevin, you caught us on a rare night. We used to be really prominent on here, and we used to hold rooms every
Very
other
prominent.
Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays, and we would hold them, and we would pack out, and it would be great. And then we kind of got busy with life. KK divorced me, and then
Hi, Dream.
How about I didn't even know Clubhouse was still a thing until Gerard told me he was on. I haven't been on here in I don't know how long. So, no, this was cool. This was good.
Makes me sleep in the guest house.
Oh, you butthurt because KK rejected you, Brad. KK broke your little heart.
You're on Oprah right now. See, you hear him? You're on Oprah right now.
Right.
I moved him down to the audience, and I said stuff like, "You're gonna have to cook your own damn dinner tonight." And people were like, "Wait, what?" I'm like, "Yeah, you sleeping in?" And I made it a ruse and said like, "Oh," I was like, "Okay, Brad and I have been lying. We've been in a relationship this entire time." And then we're like, "Okay, April Fools, so you missed it." Oh, you knew.
A woman like KK would never make a sandwich and submit to a man like Brad. I'm just saying.
Are you kidding me? She would have the sandwich waiting for me at home, tell me it's on the table, make sure I took my boots off and washed my hands, got rid of the blood off of my clothes and the woods, and then said, "Hey, shit, I wouldn't even be allowed in the house wearing the clothes that I have."
That's true.
Plus, I'd have to keep KK with like Louis Vuitton hiking shoes and apple bottom REI clothes, and it just I don't know if they make
those two things don't go together. But
anyway. See, yeah, I don't know if they don't go together either. Brad, you and I are in the same camp, but I get you.
Did he say apple bottom? Did I hit that correct? Brad,
he said apple bottom REI.
That shit again.
They're both fancy.
Wow. Right, that might be the most white boy shit I've ever heard right there. Apple bottom and
Dude,
REI.
I wish you guys would make up your mind. Either I'm black or I'm white. Will you guys pick a fucking race and stick with it?
Storm.
But it is good to have you back, my friend. I've missed you. I have so much. We got to talk later one of these days. I got so much to catch you up on. So many things have changed. So I'm really excited that you came back on for tonight. I'm really glad that everybody showed up. I mean, KK, where did we end up with? Almost 200 people come cycling through. So, I mean, it was a good room. It shows we still got it a little bit. We still have a little.
We had 97 in here at one time. I don't know the number.
Is Mr. Amari?
Oh.
No, that's Gerard.
My fucking God.
I don't know. I don't know. My bad. He said he came back on here, and I'm trying to think, like, who are...
That's Gerard Jordan. Don't you remember?
Gerard. No.
I know. I sent
Gerard, he just called you Amari.
Yeah, but I'm not Amari like that. That's not me. That's not me.
Did you say Homari?
I can't tell black... Okay, I'm sorry. I can't tell black people apart very well.
Can you see my face?
No, I can't. But I can hear your voice and you sound black. That's what I'm saying.
I got you.
Meet our unfiltered friend Pepe.
Pepe from a long time ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Gerard owned a lot of things. Like, hey, shit, I missed some of those fights. It was good. Gerard was the one that he was like, here, come cry on my shoulder after my ass got tore up on Million Men, whatever that fucking room was with like 500 against one. I went crying to Gerard. I was like, oh my God, I got beat up bad, man.
Those fuckers, they react like little pussies, so you gotta let them know.
Well, they kicked out everyone in the room.
You gotta troll them. Like, that's how I became friends with them. It's like I won't get into it. Nobody cares.
No, Pepe, but you know what the best part was? They all were like, oh, you're just a racist, blah, 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 this. And it was like, all right, fine and good. Then we hold the room. And did you know that while we were sitting up there and we were working our asses off trying to mod this fucking giant room, because I've never seen a room this big. I didn't realize how much work it was. Like, Patricia and KK were like freaking spirit fingers. We had to bring like people up to kind of monitor the chats and raise people up. And like Matt was doing it, Beaver was doing it. All these people were like fucking working their asses off. Gerard and I are working, and these same people in that room wanted to be up on stages, and we were like, oh, fuck no.
Dude, like trolling, that is my first encounter with them. That's how they knew me. Is that so? I had a room like the downfall of Clubhouse. And I had like chicken wing basketball, watermelon emojis, all of this stuff. And they're like, all of a sudden, like my room, it had, this is back in the day where rooms were bigger. So I had like over 100 people in my room, and then all of a sudden it's just like, oh, all these people are pouring in. Then now there's like several hundred people, and it's just like. Jonathan Bing's just like, what's up with your title? It's like, oh yeah, the downside, and I'm being a provocative troll, and it's just like, oh yeah, it's the reason that our app, this app is falling down and it's going to shit is because of picnickers, and obviously I was like, the knickers part was the emphasis there, and I was like, yeah, I was just making up a bunch of shit, and they were like, "Oh yeah, really? You think that's funny?" And then, but they would end up like Weird thing is they all ended up like friending me, and then like on Twitter. Yeah, and so like it's like, oh, here's the little provocative troll. We're just gonna go ahead and let him talk his shit in our rooms, and like I would do it on Twitter. I thought it was kind of funny. They're like, Pepe, what do you got to say? And then I would say my provocative shit, and then people get really angry, and I don't know. It was a fucking game to me, but yeah, I mean, I got dragged on I was like the big white supremacist on this app for like the last few years. or at least like probably the most
Is that something to be proud of?
known one. And I don't know. I thought it was funny, like when people would make rooms about me, and then I would show up and be put on the hot seat. Like it was, to me, it was actually like entertaining. You know, like I did a lot of this out of entertainment. You know, not for
Is this
greater
young
good or anything
midget?
like that.
Serious? Is that his real voice? Sounds like a.
No, we didn't really. I think we started out small, and then we became big, and then it became complex. But it was fun.
Is this young midget boy seriously proud of being number one white supremacist? Is that his real voice? Sounds like a little boy.
Oh, now Abby came in. Abby shows up.
Is this a real person?
Plagues, okay? Like, I had the 4 questions, the 10 plagues. There's like other shit happening tonight.
Great, we got Apex #1 lawyer set up.
The story of Exodus. How was the speech? I missed everything.
Oh, you were passing over.
A lot of people are still against the war on Iran. Still, I think is just basically not really.
That's right. I'm wiping on that.
Shipping
Boogergate number
really
2.
does correlate to economic inflation globally, causing problems. But the speech itself, Trump didn't really touch. I don't know. He kind of just told us stuff we already knew, and he read from a script. He didn't do his typical thing, and he didn't close with YMCA, which is also eye-opening.
I mean, did he talk about the future of the war at all?
No.
No? The fuck? Apparently we didn't hear the same fucking speech, you fucking idiot.
We see you protesting and just wait and then come out like you didn't say anything like that at all.
Was there a block?
Just that
like he couldn't live.
Maybe you should just fucking watch it, Abby, you stupid fucking bitch. Tell me about it. What did he say? Did he talk about the future of the war?
He basically was talking to people who were uninformed. They were just like people who made out of just not. We are all well informed in this room. I truly believe that, just based on the dialogue and the opinions that people have held, we are keeping up pretty much in real time from different sources, and we're formulating our own opinions around it. He wasn't talking to us tonight. He was talking to people that just.
He wasn't talking to us. Who was he talking to then? The people who were listening, but he wasn't talking to the people who was listening.
Uninformed.
Oh fuck!
Not as well informed as we are. So it was. Truth be told, it was a boring speech because it was repetitive.
It was repetitive. It wasn't repetitive at all. Every take on Clubhouse is the wrong take.
The one thing he said is that the next 2 to 3 weeks were going to be intense, and you know, he didn't explain why or how, but he did say that. So,
Everything here on Clubhouse is opposite of the truth.
I believe he said they're going to hit them the hard. I believe his term was they're going to hit them the hardest.
But I do think the ceasefire that I guess the president from Iran is asking for, I think he's going to use that as leverage diplomatically. And I think that may kind of prove to be what he wants ultimately. Because no one will convince me that he's a warhawk. He's really not.
Have you seen?
And I think that.
Do you know the numbers of how many people watched the speech, or?
I have no idea about that.
I'll look it up right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was short too. That's the good part about it. He didn't ramble and double talk and go on one of his little tanks or whatnot, which is a good thing, I think. But again, for people that may be not as informed, I think it was more so for them than anybody else tonight.
Which is great if it got an audience.
Agreed.
Not a war hawk. He has killed 100,000 Iranians, and he is not a war hawk. He has killed 100,000 Iranians, and he is not a war hawk.
So there's a company that does the polling every time there is kind of like a national speech or a national type of
Warhawk. He has
televised.
killed 100,000 Iranians, and he is not a Warhawk.
And I'm gonna look, and I'll send it to our Telegram chat if I can find if they did a polling tonight in real time of what people were gravitating towards or what kind of resonated or whatnot with them. But Mesnansky and Partners does a really good job of that, and it's accurate too. So I'll let you guys know once I get that information.
Where'd he televise from?
The White House, you dumb bitch. The fucking football game? Maybe the Bruce Springsteen concert.
It was in the Oval Office? Or...
No. It was I don't know where it was, but he was behind a podium. He walked through double doors to a podium.
I thought it was at a Bruce Springsteen concert.
Watch the Super Bowl, or how many people watch something.
I thought it was at a Bruce Springsteen concert.
No, I can't find anything.
Well, the irony is, no Jews watched it tonight. Everyone was in Seder's. So, what time
Here you are talking about it.
9 p.m. Eastern.
Just watch it.
Did he only talk about the war?
Here you are talking about it. Just watch it, you clown. Who the fuck is calling me a clown emoji in the chat? Who the fuck is that?
Just stating that the U.S. was on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly. He said in a few weeks he didn't really, expand above that.
Pepe, you've been so skeptical. How did you feel after you heard him speak? Did you feel better?
You feel better? Because you're always agitated.
I would say kind of the same. He did one thing which I thought was rather pathetic. He said oh, hey, all of you others who rely on the Strait of Hormuz, send your military, help us. We did the hard part for you. I felt like that was, in a way, it's him showing that he doesn't have everything under control.
You mean with respect
Oh, I thought he had everything. All he had to do was hold up his magic wand, and everything would be under his control.
Allies of the United States who refused to participate in this war, which I mean, if I was a speechwriter, I wouldn't have really put that part in. But
it's because he wrote his own fucking speech.
I don't know. I mean, I'm hoping for the best. Even though I'm very pissed off that he pulled this shit. I'd hope at the end of the day that he does. You do have people who come into power. That's not the RGC. They're a lot better for the Iranian people. And yeah, they're going to stop trying to develop nukes and to kill us. I mean, at the end of the day, I want the best for everybody, but I don't know that it's going to be pulled off.
What I don't quite understand is the isolationist stance, because all of the, all of the. You have your microphone.
Oh my bad. I'm sorry.
All of the positives that the United States has, all of the, the consumer, the level of consumer standards is all because the United States is on top with shit worldwide. It's not simply, it's not going to continue the same lifestyle and the same standard of living. It's not going to continue if the United States is going to be concerned about itself and internal issues.
I'm confused about the ceasefire component on this. He's saying that's coming from the president. Do they haven't not a new
It's like you get a
new
trans
president
for an
in their
extended
structure?
period of time until I knew it was a trans.
Is he I believe he's the president. He wrote a letter. So he wrote a letter today, which would echo a lot of. I don't even want to go. It was several pages long, but the weird thing is that every time he says that we're negotiating with them and they seem more reasonable, they come out and say like basically no, like fuck no, negotiating with who? No, you
power dynamics.
Yeah, fuck you, and it's just like the really weird thing with Trump is like, and I have to say he's like one president where I have to like question myself like. Which one of these fuckers are
let's go to let's go
basically
I'm taking
exaggerating or flat out lying about what the other person thinks, and I don't know.
6% of the brass of the IRGC is killed. So you have one dude who's probably a higher ranking officer in the IRGC that they're having like back channel communications with. And that guy's saying, yeah, I'll be the new leader. I'll do your bidding and I'll do whatever y'all want. We'll be like best friends as long as you guys set me up and shit. And then you have all the other guys who are like similarly ranked coming out publicly saying, no, we're not fucking talking to Trump. And they may not even know that they're having back channel communications with that guy. So he might be the fucking rat that they don't know about.
But they have a president. It's different.
Well, it might be a military.
We're not talking about the president.
No, it might be a military general or leader that they're negotiating with to be able to. Maybe that's where the disconnect is, possibly. So, I mean, that's exactly what happened with the Shah. So, I mean,
no, I agree. And I would say, like, if we look at how what ended up happening in Venezuela, something tells me they would have to have so much intelligence and people working on the inside. That it could be the exact same thing with Iran.
I think that they got more intelligence in Iran, like 10 times more intelligence on the ground in Iran than they had in Venezuela. I mean, in Iran, because the Israeli intelligence is off the charts in Iran. So I
realize most of the intelligence on the ground in Iran is Israeli. Now, look, I will humbly, and I mean very humbly, say that. Let's just say we've lost 12. It was I believe it's 12 people. It's sad, but moving past that point, what if he ends up, let's just say, completely changing Iran? The IRGC is no longer in power. They become a much better place. The Middle East is a much more. People start getting along a lot more. At the end of the day, it's a success. I'm not going to, I'll say
so humble. He screamed out earlier, why are we going to war for kikes?
Overly paranoid about his op-ed.
He screamed out earlier, why are we going to war for kikes?
But if he can come out of this, basically changing what happens going forward with Iran, I mean, so they're no longer a threat. Which I think, in order for them to no longer be a threat, it means you. He says this goal was not regime change, but if he got rid of the regime, I mean, that realistically, I think that the plural majority of Iran, the only way they would be free. So, like, in a way, like we're freeing the people, but then they're not going to be really hostile towards us. Is that you have to get rid of the fucking leadership. So my point is like, if we don't get rid of the horrible people in power, it's kind of, what did we do? I mean, at the end of the day, I think it's kind of like futile. Like, what are, okay, we killed senior leadership. Amazing. They have a bunch of layers of power, and they nothing ends up fucking changing with these people.
So Pepe, one thing that this goes back. I actually freaking wrote a piece on this before it even happened. When the president of Mexico just came out and said there's no way in hell they were going to allow the U.S. to get involved, come in after the cartels, all that stuff. And they were like, hell yeah, all the left was, tell Trump off. And I was like, you guys are idiots. She's got to say that, because if she said, yes, we're going to allow the U.S. to come in, we're going after the cartel, she would have been dead 10 minutes. She has to be the most against that talk ever. And that's the same thing that's happening here. You're going to have people inside there that fracture, that know we've got one option, either die or work with these people, right? So we fracture. Cool.
Not a warhawk. He has killed hundreds of thousands of men. He is not a warhawk.
Starts to throw a wrench in their system. We literally have found out that Israel they borrowed Iranian money. They were running a business making the damn cell phones in Iran. Stuff like this. This is how deep Israel gets. Israel is so embedded in Iran
Mr. Trump,
that their intelligence has been off the charts. Does that mean they get everything right? No. But they've been pretty damn right. The whole pager thing, brilliant. The whole text message to tell all their leadership to go meet here so we can bomb them. I mean, and then people want to say, well, we don't trust their intelligence. Well, globally, most people will tell you they have probably they're one of the best at intelligence. And that says a lot for a country like that.
It's funny it's funny that you said that about Mexico, and I totally support your point about Iran. You are maybe a third or fourth person who said that. And the other three people were native to Mexico, so people who understood the internal politics and stuff. And immediately they said it right after she came out. So it's very plausible that the same thing is happening with Iran, especially now that there's apparent fractions within that homogenous system.
How they ever
the
got
president
dozens of
doesn't
heads to where it
necessarily
explode is unbelievable.
listening to the new Ayatollah. So that's not a possibility.
Aspects on the ground are, significant in terms of what they've had over the years spying there. And also what people don't realize, can you hear me okay? I'm in a weird place. What people don't realize is that in Israel, and culturally, there's so many Persians. There's just a huge population there. And it wasn't a difficult country to penetrate strategically and to spy on. So this is not just like a few spies. These are like thousands of people embedded within that society, enough to build a drone factory. I keep telling people, go watch the TV series Tehran, because it's spot on and it predicted a lot of this.
Oh my God.
Even in America.
Are you so obsessed with it, KK? It's amazing.
Yes. I started watching that. Hold on just a second, Ice. Let me just be weird for a second. Yes, and the last season, the guy that was responsible and changed the scheduling of when they were going to take the bomb, and they moved it a day earlier, but it was already set to detonate. Sorry, spoiler alert. The guy was Lajarani, the guy that was just killed.
Yes. It's crazy, isn't it?
I go, oh my God, Lajarani. I was like, oh fuck, that's him. They used his name. Crazy.
Yeah, it's weird. Same thing happened with Homeland the last season, with predicting the Taliban would come back in. It's sometimes crazy that a TV series can do that, but they really give you a flavor, just a sense of the Israeli espionage within Iran, and people don't understand that. I'm trying to think, like, if the U.S. sent a bunch of CIA, where would be a natural place that they could blend in and spy easily? Like, think of maybe Canada. I don't know, a country we could easily do that. And that was a very, it's culturally became something that they could operate.
The weird thing about, and I think maybe that's part of what helps them Assad is that you get people that come from every region of the world, whether it's South America, Europe, Asia, Africa, and you have people that speak the native languages that are like they can fit in. Now we do in the U.S. We obviously have immigrants from all of these areas of the world, but when it comes to working for one of our intelligence agencies, you have to generally, at the very least, I believe, you have to be a naturalized citizen. But it's citizenship is a barrier. So it's it's weird. I can picture why. I mean, where I would say like maybe Japan, Samoa. There's places where Jews are not going to be able to fit in as a native. But other than that, I mean, I do think they have a
but they don't
large
operate
diaspora where they can fit in most places.
They mostly operate in Europe. There's an understanding they don't operate in the United States. I have no idea if they operate in Canada, but they definitely have an agreement with the United States not to. But there's just a lot of Persians that live there and a lot of people that speak Farsi. So the intelligence gathering is not difficult. Which makes sense that they were able to infiltrate the way they've infiltrated.
Well, I mean, can I ask you a question? I'm sure you've been to a shopping mall and
shopping mall? KK, do you think so?
I know where this is going.
So, like, okay, so you know what? A lot of the kiosks. I mean, I'm trying to think of the shit.
There are many Israelis.
Yes, they work at the kiosks.
Do you want to? Okay, so now I'll tell you that before they were working at kiosks, in the old days, in the Walkman days, they used to have a lot of the electronic stores in different cities. So often when after military service, they'd come to the U.S. for a year and have some relative in some city and work, find a job and work for a family member. So in the old days, it was electronic stores. If you were from New York or from, the East Coast, there were some pretty famous ones. And you'd go into any of the stores in the downtown and you'd find Israelis. Now you find more
Is
Indian
that legal to work?
people working in them.
Now
Kiosks were...
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say it's the Dead Sea sea salt.
Oh yeah, well I was about to go there. You got that, Rich.
Yeah, it took you a long time, Abby.
It became the businesses that were in the malls, and that one company. I'm sure it's more than one company that does all the hand cream, the face creams, and they kind of hawk you a little bit when you're in the mall to come and they give you a free sample. I don't know if you had that experience.
I always declined. I always thought the Mormons were really good at like, basically I don't know what you call it. Is it a cold sale where you're just going to like hawk a product to somebody that is walking by, and I do remember there was no, absolutely not. And then but I do remember a few times where they would try to switch languages on me, right? Where they would speak Spanish. And it's just like these people are trying super hard to make us fail. And, the reason they would speak Spanish in Arizona is just, first of all, you have a lot of wealthy Mexicans that end up coming here to shop. There's no real nice places to shop in the state of Sonora. And before any of you, because I know you guys are gonna say it, like, oh, you look like a Mexican. No, it's because like literally the rich people in Sonora are white looking. But anyways, no, it would.
Is this young frog sounding boy special needs?
And
is this young frog sounding boy special needs?
Where I would say at malls where that's where I met probably 99% of the Israelis.
Like frog leg, steamed or baked?
I've encountered in my life. It's just like I've talked to them and stuff.
They definitely work. I mean, if they have money, they do a year traveling Thailand and around the world.
Yeah, Thailand.
If they don't,
It's
they find some family member that sets them up in a city. And so now it's the kiosks and mall. But I'm telling you, it used to be the electronic stores. But they're workers. They're not. It's not a culture that sits around. And it's usually when they just get out of the army. They'll take a year and do that.
Why, like, this is off-putting. I'm just going to say, like, I'm not a good salesman. When somebody tries to when I see somebody who's trying to, like, influence me for their own gain, that's just, I'm hardwired in a way, like, I just...
Okay, would anyone buy anything from Pepe? KK, would
Probably
you buy?
not,
Would you buy something from Pepe?
Horrible salesman.
No, but that's also part of the culture. You're supposed to, haggle, and if you don't do that,
Bingo.
they look like you're dumb or
Pepe, have you traveled? Wait, Pepe, hold on. Have you traveled in the Middle East or even like Turkey? So if you've ever been, Turkey is probably the best example of it. But I mean, the culture are markets, shouks. The word is shouk, and it's from Turkey to all throughout the Middle East. There are these markets, and that's the lifestyle of the markets. And it's the culture there, and haggling is exactly.
Americans.
It's not. This is not a Jewish thing. This is the Middle Eastern thing.
That's what I'm saying, though, is that American Jews didn't interact. I would say, like, I don't recall American Jews ever. I've never noticed a pattern with them, like being similar to the Israelis. But I always looked at them at the times. It's like, oh, these people are foreign. These people are not from our country. So they have a different way of interacting. I mean, I can look at it with every other group that's foreign. They have ways that are, at least in some way, different than ours. And so I just chalked it up to them being foreign. I didn't hold it against them. But, I'm somebody who obviously I don't... If I feel like somebody's trying to influence me for their own gain, I'm just not going to really, humor them.
Yeah, it's understandable, but that's what I'm saying. It's like a different approach. Like you and most of the, Western world, that's how we see somebody, because we see it as some sort of attempt to cheat you, right, out of the money or whatever. In the Asia Minor and Middle East, it's actual a good skill to have. Like the way they approach it is like, well, that person is obviously a go-getter. Like he can provide for his family because nothing will stop him. He'll get the deal that he needs. He's like relentless about.
So in other words, you'll be compelled to buy from him, because of how dedicated he is.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay. So
you need a trip, Pepe. You need a road trip. You need a trip to see that culture. Like in any of those countries.
I probably do, because this is foreign to me. Because it almost sounds like a merciful. You're mercifully buying from the person.
The ultimate, the king of all of it is Istanbul. I mean, that's the biggest. There's nothing that can compare to that.
Yeah, but they're super foreign to us too, Abby. I mean.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying but what Andre's saying, it's cultural. It's just how that region is.
I 100% agree it's cultural. I don't see these were Israelis that were in these kiosks, not
all of them.
Jews.
Not all of them. There's also, I mean, I've gone to the kiosks. It's a lot of Middle Eastern. There's also a lot of Indian that work in them. It's a mix, but that's just how business is over there. And Israel's one little sliver of the rest of the Middle East, but it's a cultural style of doing business there.
But I would say this was the weird thing. It's like I could watch them switch languages, which I always thought was, I think Israel's one of the countries, at least in the Middle East. How many Middle Easterners speak more than one language? Probably very few.
Many.
Really?
Oh my God! In Israel, they speak Arabic.
No. Middle East. In Middle East.
Oh,
in
no,
the Middle
like
East,
Moroccans.
aside from Israel. In the
Yeah,
Middle East,
Moroccans speak French and Arabic.
No, I get that.
Spanish and English.
Okay, but no.
languages.
My point was
Chinese or something.
No, my point was what percent outside of Israel? What
Has this
percentage
low-IQ
of
frog
the
sounding midget
a lot
boy
of the
heard of
English
Google search?
is probably the most.
Is this
the language that most
low-IQ?
people try to learn and most people try to speak. Aside from that, I would say I can't think of any other country in the Middle East that would have more polyglots or bilingual people than perhaps Israel.
Well,
it's a country where you have a diaspora that was all over the fucking place.
But
coming to Israel.
Lebanon has a lot of French and Arabic. I mean, because the French
and Arabic, but you guys speak. But in Israel, you guys.
Well,
speak
but I'm just
Spanish,
saying.
You guys
Just
speak
look
French,
at the
you guys
nations.
Speak Arabic. You speak all kinds of fucking languages.
Look at the nations and who has occupied them or spent time in them. So the French were in Lebanon, and you have an influence there.
Middle Easterners, in my opinion.
They are beautiful people there, but I don't know the answer to it. But I find when I travel in the Middle East, people speak English, Arabic, and French seems to be the other language that I hear a lot.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like what is it? Tunisia, Morocco, Algeria. They, to varying degrees, they have exposure to French. I think Tunisia probably has I would guess it's Tunisia that still has the most. Still uses French the most, at least in Africa.
It wasn't only Lebanon. It was Lebanon and Syria that was occupied by the French. You have in the Gulf most countries that are on the Persian Gulf or Arabic Gulf, whatever you'd call it. A lot of people there speak both Farsi and Urdu. Here in Saudi Arabia, specifically in Mecca, with all the pilgrims, we have lots of polyglots in here. A lot of them just speak Urdu, like whatever it is needed.
I found when I was in Saudi, people spoke
Google
English
search?
very well, and obviously, their native tongue is Arabic, but they not Spanish. They spoke many spoke French also for some reason in Saudi. I don't know why, but there's actually pretty multilingual there.
Sorbonne influenced the vocabulary that we use. A lot of words, especially for modern technology, not very modern, but like post-industrial era.
Yeah, but I don't think they're
applying everywhere at every time.
Hold on. Everyone, stop. That's not the definition of universal.
That's literally what universal is.
Well, let me look it up. There's an aspect to logic, like strategy and like mental math. These are in the realms of logic also, right?
Hold on 1 sec. I'm sorry. Donald, can I just move some people down to have a one-on-one with Byzantine? Because everyone's talking at the same time. We're not going to get any.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
There's only 5 people.
Don't you dare.
So you need proof.
Yeah, but I do want to have a one-on-one.
Everyone on the stage.
Alligator was having the conversation of affecting or done by all people or things in the world or objectively.
Okay, that right there is a universal claim.
No, it's not.
Yes,
it's subjective. It's subjective.
That's okay. You're saying this thing right here is universal.
No. I'm saying the definition of universal makes it subjective.
Okay, that's a universal claim. Then the statement itself. Yes,
because universal is subjective.
Dude, okay, this is the problem. You said that this is a subjective. This thing is subjective.
Yes.
Or a subjective claim.
By definition, listen. The definition is of, affecting, or done by all people or things in the world or in a particular group, applicable to all cases or groups. I'm not done yet. Shut up. Categories and groups like that are subjective only.
Yeah, you can keep on muting.
You told me not to mute you, so the first thing I'm gonna do is fucking mute you over and over and over again. Because you told me I couldn't mute you. So that was a lie. That was a lie, right? That was a lie, Byzantine.
Donald, the other definitions of universal.
You fucking dumb nigger.
What?
Not you, Donald.
Well, what a horrible thing to say. Why would you say that?
Give a fuck and fuck you.
Hello, this is home. I'm going to leave the room if this is what you guys are doing. This is juvenile and immature, and
Yeah, fuck you.
I'm leaving. Okay.
So, I'm sorry for my opposition to you guys on that argument, but my view of the word universal, it does not allow for an understanding of it being what's the word, independent or non-universal. I mean, the word universal is it encapsulates what it is.
What don't you understand about the word universal? It means everything.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, universal means universal.
Until it means non-universal.
I'm sorry?
You said non-universal.
I can't hear you.
Did you said non-universal.
What do you mean I said non-universal?
You said universal is universal until it is non-universal.
Yeah, okay. No, I never said the word the phrase non-universal. I said that my understanding of the phrase of the term universal is that that means it applies to everything. We got into a little bit of an argument during the last time someone came in to speak and was unceremoniously kicked out, which they deserve to be.
I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in that. What is this room about? Is it about God? What are we talking about?
What happened to Byzantine? What are we talking about? I don't know.
Are you making fun of my accent, Casey? Are you a homosexual? I know you are. Don't make fun of the way I sound.
I am, and you're an Indian or a.
I am a man, and I happen to be from India. So why are you so gay?
I don't care. Hang on, dude. I don't care. Hang on 1 second, please. Now, if you want to get back to the bigot, we can.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, how's it going?
I'm good. Just got off work.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Hello, I am interested in knowing what is this room about. Is it about God?
Shut up.
Why are you telling me to shut up? I am here asking about the room title and you're telling me to shut up. Why?
Yeah. Well,
you were being a bigot. You were being a bigot.
Young.
I was not being a bigot. He was making fun of me for being from India.
I'm sorry. sorry, did you say Jersey?
No, he wasn't making fun of you. He just told you that that's what you were. He wasn't making fun of you.
I couldn't hear
And
you.
I told him that I was a man.
Dude, home, shut up. Other people are talking, or I'm gonna move you to the audience.
Or do whatever you want to do, but I don't know what this room is about. Is it about God or not? Or is it a zero there? Is it even about God or is it about the G0D? What is this room about?
Apparently, we're having a conversation with home right now. Apparently, we're gonna have a conversation with the bigot right now.
Okay, my wife is home now, so.
A bigot? I am interested in God. I'm not interested in your fake labels of bigotry, sir. I'm not a bigot. Casey is a racist.
Home. No, he's. Other people were talking, and we asked you politely several times to shut the fuck up, and you.
You don't ask people to politely shut the fuck up. That's not polite to say shut the fuck up. Don't you know how to say please be quiet? That's not polite.
We did that, Dick. We asked you politely to not talk. We did that twice. And then we got frustrated with you. And now we can't talk to my friend because you won't shut the fuck up. So we're going to talk to you, bigot. It's your turn, bigot. And now you won't talk, bigot.
No, I'm listening to a bigot call me a bigot. You are projecting, Donald. You are the bigot.
Imitate his accent. And
well, thank you, Casey. That was nice of you to apologize to the bigot.
I'm not a bigot. You are a bigot. And Casey is gay and he's racist, just like you, Donald. And I thought this room was about higher level consciousness, things, and intelligence like God. Unlike you, screaming at people using profanity. You are just a disgusting human being. Shame on you and shame on Abe for even listening to this as another co-moderator. And Casey is pathetic. Everyone here should leave and go have the best day of their lives. This room is pathetic.
Go to a room with padded walls. If you can't handle like people speaking their minds, then just go to a room with padded walls. Like go somewhere else. Like good lord.
Go to the forest and be alone forever. Welcome Sanjeev to the room. Feel free to come on stage. Daniel Nero, thank you for coming on stage.
Get offline and go out into the woods and just experience reality for a second.
Yeah, this is called projection 101. You're talking to yourself. You're talking to yourself. Take your own advice. Take your own advice. Take your own advice, sir. Take your own advice. Take your own advice, sir. 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 Take your own advice. Take your own advice. That is called projection. That is called projection alert. You take your own advice now. I am complete.
I'm not broadcasting, so I don't care.
No, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, a few minutes ago there was no one else on stage talking, so I just let the bigot go. But if other people want to talk, I'll be happy to move the bigot to the audience.
The bigot, sir, is you. I am from India, and you are calling me a bigot because you are a bigot. That is projection. You are pathetic.
Oh, you
called Casey dirty for being gay. That's being a bigot.
Did not call him gay. I did not call him dirty. I called him gay because I thought he was happy.
You said you called him dirty.
Well, I was in a room yesterday, and you said you were bi-curious.
Casey, is that what he said?
I was in your room listening yesterday. You said you were bisexual and bi-curious, Donald, and Casey was a homosexual. You talked about it yesterday in your room. That's for me, this is just day number 2. I am figuring out what's this room about. You said you're bi-curious, and Casey said he was gay.
You sound like a bigot.
Well, put the link in the chat to where it says that I am a bigot. Otherwise, it is just like your opinion, sir. It is just like your opinion, sir, that I'm a bigot. Put the link in the chat. Let me see the evidence. You're ridiculous.
I mean,
It's right now. The things that you're saying right now. If you remember back 5 seconds and what you said, that made you sound like a bigot.
You are such a liar. You are such a liar. Donald Trump went on TV today and he made big lies just like you because you're a liar. And Casey is gay. That's a fact. Casey is a homosexual. That is a fact. And you're bi-curious. I heard it yesterday on your show. Here, what is the G0D?
I'm curious. So the fuck what? I'm bi-curious. So the fuck what? See, saying it like that makes you sound like a bigot.
No, I just thought people would be interested. Since you're an atheist, you don't believe in God, but you believe in sucking dick. Maybe people here want to know you're bi-curious.
What I do with my body, what his body, what?
I know the answer. None. Honey. Some other hand raised. Someone's having a hand raised. Are they on stage? Nope. Regal, welcome to the stage. Thank you for coming by.
Yeah. What's going on?
Oh, we're just berating a bigot. It's fun.
Wait, honey.
Take note, I am not a bigot and you are projecting. Everyone here should recognize projection. I am not a bigot. It's ridiculous. I am an Indian man and you're only calling me a bigot because I am from India. You are a racist.
No, that's false. That's false. I'm calling you a bigot because the way that you said homosexual. I love brown people. My wife is brown.
I've met Sikhs.
Welcome back, Jerry.
I've met Sikhs and Hindus from India. I even met Muslims from India who.
That was horrible.
What?
Regal, that was probably one of the worst things I've heard someone say. John has some skills. John who?
A what?
I still Kitover. Oh.
Donald. Green bean because I'm only gonna kick one person.
You're just gonna kick people.
Regal, because what the fuck?
Who do you want to kick?
No.
Let's have a serious conversation about God. Why are you wasting time? Every second, we only have 2.5 billion seconds in our lifetimes, and I don't want to keep paying my lifetime seconds for this bullshit.
You broke up. No one heard you.
I'm saying, what is the G0D? What is the G0D?
Home, are you fucking John Kitover?
No, my name is Home and I came here for second day. I live in Hyderabad. I'm from India. I'm a software developer. I work for Google as a contractor. And I am very interested in what you're talking about because I have noticed in Vedanta philosophy that the 0 and the 1, the binary mathematics prove there's a God. So I was wondering if I could convince you that God exists mathematically.
That's so stupid. You think the existence of God is based in binary?
Hey, don't use that word.
Home, did you get your alligator?
This
Did you get
looks
your
like
high school
a
diploma?
stock account.
No, I came here to talk about mathematics. You are unprofessional. Is everyone here unprofessional? Does anyone here actually have
You know, that's the frustrating. It's like I'm a former military wife, so our thing was no news is good news, right? Like just let the boys get their shit done. But so I had someone come in the room. I don't want to say the person's name, and they were like, "Oh, well, I ran this through imminent threat. Was it imminent threat through Grok and AI and and she's like, oh well, I passed it and I could not find a single thing, like none of the AI engines where it was the imminent threat. And then she says all these things, and I was like, and I got off mic. I said, well, Bima, your whole premise is wrong because there's intelligence that you're not going to find on AI. You literally are not. They purposely don't make sure that stuff does not get out. What are you talking? She's like, oh, she didn't even think about it, but she still took such ownership of it. And I'm like, how do you not even think that? Because that's how my brain thinks. That's my understanding of the military, but a lot of civilians don't have that understanding of the military. And like, I have that patience with it, but she really thought that she was going to be able to validate and prove her point that Trump was wrong and this was not imminent threat because she ran it through 5 different AI models.
I actually said to her, could you take a thesaurus and look at all the different words for imminent and try to figure out like all the different possibilities of what this could be, because she was so hung up on that word and just didn't understand it. But isn't it, it's almost like an entitlement, because we live in a society where we think we have a right to know everything.
Well, it's access to information constantly.
I just got a question for
strategists that they think they know everything about, what Trump is doing, and they know him so well. And it's like, you have no idea how much the United States military understands foreign affairs, foreign warfare. And these people are saying that, and again, these are Democrats saying this more so than anything. These lefticals, these different types of idiots that have been elected by other idiots. That's the best way to put it like this. And they want us to trust them. They don't even know what a woman is. And they want us to trust them with the military prowess of the United States Armed Forces. And that, again, they should be in charge. This is just, and the bad part about it, too, is that most people don't realize they want Trump, and this is the issue I have about MAGA Inc., okay? They want Trump to solve every fucking problem, and they get mad when he doesn't solve their problem, basically with their urgency. And I'm just like, that comes, I guess it comes with the territory, but I've never seen so many people want one man to solve all the problems right now.
Well, they don't have a solution either. That's the issue.
I've never seen that before. And it's like, damn, the man is not even 2 years in. He's not even 2 years in.
He's like 14 months in.
And they're saying he's like, people forget so much he's done to really try to right the wrongs of the previous generation.
But guess,
administration.
Mr. NKK, I'm from India, and I think that there goes the Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, he's killed 100,000 Iranians in warfare. Excuse me.
Wait a minute. He's saying we killed 100,000 Iranians. Is that what you're saying now?
Yes, I am from India, part of the Maharishi International Peace Movement. I don't know who you're talking about, Leo. The point is, Donald Trump has killed one.
I don't know who John Kitover is. Who is this? Marucho John Kitover.
Leo, I want to hear what you're saying.
Please stop interrupting me. Please stop interrupting me and be professional. Please stop interrupting me and I will speak.
He's pretending, mister.
Please stop interrupting me and be professional.
He's not really Indian.
I want to say that I believe in peace. Please stop interrupting me.
His other profile is Cappuccino, a light-skinned black woman.
Cappuccino?
Yes.
No, I am part of a peace movement.
The
the interesting part is that you'll probably agree with a lot of what he says. But
well, he got to the fuck up section just then, so he can enjoy it.
So, Abby, what I was going to ask you is this like a modern phenomenon with Israeli men and being like super metro?
Okay, that's...
Or is that like... Is it like influenced by like French culture is my question.
I don't know. I really don't know. I just truthfully, I like the soldiers, and I like them in uniform, and I especially like the pilots. So,
I was listening to like Static and Ben L, and I was like, oh, these guys are gay or something. And then I looked them up, and I was like, oh, they have wives. So I'm like, and kids and shit. And I'm like, they're like wearing pink outfits and shit. And I was like,
that's not typical. It's a pretty macho society. Yeah. Pretty much. So wait, just going back to this, what you were saying, to take it back to Trump, it's incredible to me that in exactly that situation that you illustrated. How do you win? Do people think that we won wars by sharing it with the? Did we do newsreels to the U.S. public back in the 40s during World War II and tell them all of our moves that we were doing in Europe and every decision by a general? I mean, where did this come from?
You know, gang warfare is even smarter than that. They don't say, hey, guys, we're going to come into your neighborhood and shoot you up next week. I mean, this is how fucking dumb they are. The part that bothers me, the part that bothered me earlier was when it was... there's zero disrespect, and I wish you were in here so you can hear this, but hey, listen, there is no verifiable report, so I'm not going to believe it. Okay, but we had verifiable reports of intelligence before, and then later on it was, that wasn't accurate, so you should have believed it, and then so those presidents should have believed it. But we did not have verifiable fact, so currently, using that same logic, they do not have a missile that can go 2,500. I was trying to make that point. Like, you want verifiable fact. Verifiable fact does not prove imminent threat because nobody knew they had a missile that could go 2,500 miles. This is why they were warning us. We got stuff, you were going to surprise you. Yeah, they did, 2,500 miles. But no, they can't have an ICBM. Did you think they had one that went 2,500 miles? But they're telling you they have one that can go 10,000 kilometers. And you now don't want to believe it again. And this is where I just laugh at the whole imminent threat thing. If you wait for an imminent threat, you're a dead man. I know a guy who grew up in East St. Louis. When you heard a door slam, your head was on a swivel because every noise was an imminent threat. He didn't use the word imminent threat. It's a gun ready to shoot.
But it's not even just the
KK, you mind if I ask Mr. a question? Hey, Mister, real quick, could you bring home up? He is trolling, but...
Oh, Lord.
Hold on. He's a graduate of West Point. He's an officer in the Army.
He wasn't a graduate of West Point.
Yeah,
he graduated from the Citadel.
Okay, the Citadel. So he graduated the Citadel. He was an officer. And then after that, then he did work at the Central Intelligence Agency in Langley, Virginia. I can show you those pictures as well. But he does have brain damage. So if you can get him to like be serious and stuff, he's actually a very intelligent guy. Hi, John.
I'll say this too before home gets started. When you guys are talking about imminent threats, also is I guess missile capabilities the only definition that would warrant imminent threat? Because if you just Google it, an Iranian intelligence agent was convicted for terrorism and murder for hire to kill Trump.
Yeah, that's been my Gerard. I wish you'd been in the rooms with us because I've been saying that all along.
I don't understand how that's not an imminent threat, though.
Of course it's imminent threats. They tried to kill John Bolton. They tried to kill Mike Pompeo. They have to walk around with security details. They tried to take the Saudi ambassador out in a restaurant in Georgetown. I mean, there have been attacks or foiled attacks on U.S. soil, and also attacks against U.S. assets. Like, this is not some country that's, just came out of nowhere. We've been dealing with it for 47 years, and their proxies have killed American citizens, American soldiers and American citizens. So it's been an ongoing imminent threat. It just matures to a different level. And when it matures to...
It's not imminent, though.
Well,
Because
you're not even, well, first of all, you're not even acting then. You actually are reacting. If they actually strike us first, you're reacting to whatever they're doing.
Then it'll never be intimate. There will never be intimate.
Exactly.
Well, it's the problem is everyone has an idea of what imminent means to them, right? That oh, well, it's not an imminent threat to our borders. That's what some people I heard in the room tonight. Oh, well, we'll say, well, there was an imminent threat, like they tried to kill our president, Bolden, like, well, that's not to our country, that's to one individual. Do you see what I'm saying? So the whole imminent part is the difficult because everyone has a personal meaning to that word. That's why it's hard to juggle with that. One more thing before Leo and Home have some fun here is what our military and our 3-letter agencies don't tell us is a lot. And I will tell you a true fact. One of my late husband's very good friends, they were in many battles together in Iraq. When he left the unit, we stayed with the unit. He left. We thought he got a desk job somewhere in D.C. We kept in touch, but it's hard to keep track of everyone in the military. But then I was like, oh, he's like, oh, he's doing some operations. He got picked. They picked one Marine officer to join different 3-letter agency for operations or whatever. He got picked to be one. He ended up being. He was doing they called it a combined exercise, a combined interagency exercise. He got killed in Baghdad, and it wasn't allowed to be revealed that he was actually working with the CIA. It was sealed. Like, the wife did not even know. The wife did not even know, was not allowed to know until 10 years after the fact. Actually, ma'am, your husband was working with us with the CIA. That is the reason why. He has a star on their wall. Like, they're not going to tell us everything, and everything's not going to come out until later on down the road, too. That's what I mean, a lot of people don't understand that part. Go ahead, Leo. Have your fun.
What are you talking about? Go ahead, John.
Well, I operate from the perspective that there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe.
Who's the handsome guy in my PTR?
That's Major General Grinolds, of course, a Vietnam general. So, and John Kitover, Major. I will note. I was a major in that picture. I got promoted to regimental staff as a major from a private. So you can go from the bottom of the barrel to the top of the regiment if you know how to communicate. I got the job as the public affairs officer at the college because the other guy had to go to flight school, and they put a notice in an email. I said, hey, I'll be the public affairs officer. But I made a joke about the women at the college. I said, if we tried to auction you off in a date auction, we wouldn't raise enough to buy a Snickers bar. So the point is, there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. But what I'm trying to think is, the Palestinian leadership and the Iranian leadership and the Hezbollah leadership, and also Bashar Assad, those are 4 major regime changes. What were they not thinking? What were they not seeing? What the fuck were they predicting? Because obviously they didn't predict their demise. So how the fuck did they not reverse engineer their defeats? That's what is, to me, is like the interesting aspect of warfare is, why didn't they see it coming? And in my opinion, it's because Trump is the master of mercurial hypnosis. We are so conditioned to Donald Trump with his red tie, his golden hair, his mannerisms, what he says. We are all mesmerized by this great magnetizer. So all I'm trying to say is, communication moves mountains. And if you've never seen a mountain move, well, apparently you're just not listening to our great president. And it's destiny. This man's this man, as somebody said earlier, for 30, 40 years he's been talking about Iran. This is nothing new for him. He's been thinking about all these world affair issues and he's been living through them and he's rectifying a lot of wrongs and rights. But now that he's taken out Iran and cleaned up after Barack Hussein Obama, the trans lover, maybe it's time we arrest Barack Hussein Obama. Maybe it's time we arrest his wife or husband, Michelle Obama, CIA agents who on their own Wikipedia page, their first job out of college was working for Business Intelligence Information, a CIA economic think tank. These people were born and bred in the same way that Trump was born and bred for destiny. I go back to my original point, and I'll finish. There is not a speck of dust out of place in the entire universe. Hello?
You're welcome, KK.
I want to say something I heard on the news today that I thought was really interesting. One of the pundits. It's very frustrating to the left and to mainstream media because this administration, not the prior one, doesn't have leaks. They're not leaking this stuff. And they're so used to picking up leaks out of the military or out of the administration. And he's kept a pretty tight lip on everything. And that it's a frustration for mainstream media. They're not getting the info they're trying to sleaze out that they usually. I don't know how you guys feel about that. Do you agree with that?
John, when you worked at the CIA, was there any leaks?
What was your question, Abby?
No, I mean the question. My question is what they were saying today on the news. Do you agree with that? That this operation and recently there's just not leaks. They're not and it's frustrating for mainstream media